It's for the work session on Monday night, February 8th. It just says the meeting was called to order at 9 a.m. Probably just a copy and paste thing from the previous minute. So that should probably be
5:30.
5:30 or thereabouts.
Yep, great.
Yep, we'll correct that.
And then a more substantive thing is on page 8. This was from our last regular meeting when we were talking about the hardship guidelines, so K1. It talks about the resolution setting it to 2.2 times the federal poverty guidelines, but we also made the change. There was the part where it was whether somebody's sold assets for below sort of their value in the past 60 months, and we also changed it to the past 12 months. So since we highlighted the 2.2 times, I thought we should probably mention in the minutes that we also changed that from 60 months to 12 months. However, it would make sense to write that.
Yeah, very good catch. I agree.
And then I think those are the two things from the minute. Thank you.
Okay, great. Paul, anything?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. Then we have the 3 sets of minutes. Motion by Ms. Knight, second by Ms. Griffin. Ms. Jones, if you'd please call the vote to approve the 3 sets of minutes with those changes as noted.
Okay. Cousins,
Yes.
is Hubbard on yet?
I don't see her yet.
No, not yet.
Okay, thanks. Not yet. Okay. Knight,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Keo.
Yes. Thank you. Motion carries. We have no prearranged participation, so we're down to item E, which is approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda this evening?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Knight, thank you.
Oh, second.
Second by Ms. Griffin, thank you both. Any discussion on the agenda?
Sorry, I'm dialed in on my phone, so I don't see my raise hand feature just yet. I'm trying to get on my computer. Anyways, I was contacted by Zach, who said he was going to be late. He's asked if we get to city offices before he's on, if I would move to table it. I don't think we need to make a change to the agenda, like table it till he's on the call. I don't think we need to make a change to the agenda now because we might not get there till 7. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention and see if you thought it made sense to do something different.
So just, I'd like to leave it on the agenda if it's okay. I think your approach is good. I think that at that item, K1, I don't expect to be making any decisions at that item other than I'm hoping that there's enough members that would like to go into closed session and talk a little bit more about details. I think under that item is a good opportunity for Justin to review generally what's in the packet related to, bonding and that kind of thing. But I wasn't anticipating that any decisions would be made there. If we want to move it back down, we can. But I think the more important discussion, which I anticipate Zach will be a part of, would be towards the end of the agenda, Jamie.
Okay. Well, I don't think it makes sense to move it now. I'll just pay attention to what time it is and we can decide then, I guess.
Okay.
So I'm fine with the agenda as is. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Knight, second by Griffin. Ms. Jones, please call the vote to approve the agenda.
Yes. Knight,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Cousins,
Yes.
Keo.
Yes, great.
And Wah has joined us.
Okay.
I think I have. I don't really know.
Okay, I see her now too. Great, here too. Great. All right, so
Are
let
you-
the
are you
record
vo-
reflect. We'll let the record reflect. Yeah, you can call her vote if you want.
Okay.
If you heard it.
Yeah. Hubbard, I didn't hear her vote though. I heard her.
Yes, I'm remote from the city of Dexter.
Okay. And this is, we're voting on the agenda.
Yeah, I
Approval?
got you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll let the record reflect that she joined in time to vote on the approval of the agenda then.
Yep.
Carol, sounds good. 6:08 or whatever time that is.
Correct.
Okay, item F is under our public hearings section. And as I understand this item, I believe we're just postponing here action at this time to set a formal date for a public hearing. Is that correct, Michelle?
No,
That's,
no, I don't think.
You're being, the motion that I provided you with was to postpone it because not all the information is in due to an oversight on my part. I scheduled your public hearing, but the applicant also didn't have all of his application complete. So,
Okay, well, either way, I guess that's what I'm getting at is we're not actually conducting a public hearing tonight, correct?
you have the option of doing that or not, depending on how you want to move forward.
All right, I read it as this is incomplete, so,
That would be the preferred way. I just didn't want to mislead anyone that they couldn't talk about it if they wanted to. Does that make sense to
Okay.
you, Sean?
all right. Yeah, I just am trying not to do things twice, I guess, is all.
That's fine.
I mean, because.
What do you mean by that? Excuse me, Sean, what do you mean by twice?
Well, if they're going to submit additional information, we're probably going to have another one, I would think.
You're going to still have the public hearing at your March 22nd.
Yeah, so I guess my point, Paul, is if we're going to do everything on the 22nd, do we want to have a public hearing now?
Well, excuse me, but it's on page 15, suggested motion says following the public hearing. That's not talking about the 22nd, it's talking about the one that's posted here today on request to vacate an alley. And there's 4 options that we have there: approve with conditions, deny or postpone action on the requested vacation. Well, if we do postpone, then we can postpone it till the 22nd of March, is what I understand that Michelle would like to do. And it states that further down for the 4th paragraph said that that there would be suggested city council postpone until the March 22nd meeting. That would allow the following. Okay.
Paul, I apologize for the confusion. You have 2 options. You can conduct the public hearing, close it, postpone. You can choose not to conduct the public hearing today, and it would be conducted on the 22nd. I apologize for the confusion.
You mean I can't today have the public hearing and vote to approve or approve with conditions or deny or postpone? 'Cause it has to be one of those.
Correct. I messed up. My apologies.
Well, are we still in the public hearing
I-
or are we
I-
not in the
if-
public hearing,
if-
Sean?
Paul, I can open the public hearing if that's what everybody wants to do. I'll just open the public hearing and see if there's anybody. I'll open the public hearing at 6:12 and see if there's anybody that wants to talk about the vacation request for a public alley adjacent to 3389 Broad Street. Justin, help me. Is there anybody that has their hand up using the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen, the yellow raise hand feature? Or if you're dialing in *9 on your cell phone?
so far, I'm not seeing anything.
I'm not seeing anything either. Okay, so Carol, we'll let the record reflect that we waited 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing at 6:13. And then I guess council can make a motion. But I was anticipating that we were postponing this because of all the information wasn't submitted.
I have my hand up, Sean.
Okay, Paul, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead.
well, I would like to make a motion that we, since following public, that we vote on the resolution to approve with conditions this request for vacating this public alley here. And the 5.
Paul, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. Nothing in here recommended approval for you. His packet's incomplete. the suggested motion was an explanation of what the process would normally be. Those first two paragraphs. Due to my oversight, I scheduled this hearing without, one, getting, you guys normally do your own, and two, the applicant's package is incomplete. So based on that, I'm suggesting that you postpone the action until the 22nd, at which time you should have a complete packet, a recommendation from staff, and I believe the applicant will be present as well.
Well, I talked to the applicant today, and he was not aware of all the things that had been requested of him for this meeting.
I have to respectfully disagree.
Okay,
I
I'm
spoke
telling
with
you what
him
he
last
said.
week.
I can only tell you what he said, okay? I can't tell you whether he was truthful or not, but I can tell you what he said. And he didn't see there was any reason that that he cannot do by putting these documents together that are still requested down here after our motion to approve it.
The problem is he did not understand what he needed to provide. I've followed up with him and he understands it completely. And unless the people that are adjacent have signed off, you wouldn't take action to approve. If there's not approval by all of them, I think we need to find out from city attorney if you can actually approve. And right now, one property owner is approved and another property owner is not going to sign.
Okay, then I will withdraw my motion and I think we ought to be more professional with this. We ought to have the job done for people to understand. And I'm talking to the gentleman today. He did not understand until just today what he had to do. I'll tell you that right now. So we'll move on. I withdraw my motion.
Okay, can we get a formal motion to postpone action until the March 22nd, 2021 meeting, please?
I can do that as well.
Okay, motion by Cousins. Is there support?
I'll second. Griffin.
Second by Jamie. Thank you both. Any discussion on the postponement?
And we're postponing to March 22nd, right, Sean?
Yes, postponing until March 22nd, 2021. Seeing no discussion, Ms. Jones, would you please call the vote?
Yes. Hubbard,
Yes.
Cousins,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Keo.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. So we are down to item G, non-arranged participation. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak this evening? I see a couple of hands going up. We'll take them in the order that I saw them here. Cole Miller, Justin, if you could unmute Cole, please.
Hey, let me get my video going. I just had a quick thing. I noticed as far as the agenda goes, the very last item, the closed session, didn't know if it mattered for purposes of approval, but the word property is missing a letter. But more substantively, I was wondering if there was the potential that action would be taken after the closed session, or whether it was more anticipated to be discussion.
I guess, Cole, I think either could occur.
Okay, yeah, just as far as popping back on to see, you know, because the meeting usually ends when the closed session comes up, and then I didn't know if there was, or does it usually end, or does it pop back on after the?
We have to come back into open session.
Okay.
And you know, especially given the fact that one of our council members is going to join us a little bit later, I anticipate the bulk of the discussion not occurring under K1, where it's listed as city offices. We may touch on a few things, but that discussion will continue. As you know, council's allowed to discuss, purchase prices and things related to purchase in closed session. So I would think we would take up that discussion there.
To
But
be sure, I
then
just wanted to make sure that I would be back for, the potential of anything coming on after that. Or
No
the-
problem. Yep.
Yeah, for the sake of process, what we'll do is if we go into closed session, we'll put anyone who's any members of the public who are still here in the waiting room. And then when we come back into open session, we'll reopen the meeting and bring all those people who are in the waiting room back into the meeting.
Sounds good. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Cole. Cole, just for the record, what was your address?
Right, 7654 Forest Street.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Next up this evening is Mr. McCarter.
Thanks, Mayor Keough, appreciate it. I'm not on gallery view. Mr. Mayor, would you be willing to raise your hand if you hear me okay? Great, thank you. I'm coming on today to issue a plead. I am sure that most of you know that our county is severely COVID vaccine limited right now. The supply of COVID vaccine is very limited. A lot of that is outside of our control because the SVI index, the vulnerability index, which CDC uses and the state passes through for the allocation of vaccine, discredits our county and the needs of a lot of people in the county because we have such high income, high education, high healthcare access in other parts of the county. As a consequence of that, right now, the access to vaccine is, I've heard various comparisons, either Hunger Games or the first class passengers chaotically filling the lifeboats of the Titanic. I'm sure that each of you knows stories of people who have been seeking vaccinations in whatever way they can within the county and outside the county. So the plead, the ask, I'll make it a plead. I'm asking the council to actively advocate in the COVID arena to our county and state politicians in a few specific areas that are very critical. And where I think if there is a groundswell across the county, it can serve the health and if not the life of the population in the county. The first advocacy is fill the pipeline, get vaccines into the pipeline. Supplement the SVI because we have been undersupplied with vaccine. And I think that our representatives in the area, like Senator Irwin, for example, is very aware of that situation and what could be done to change it through the state public health folks. The second thing I'm going to plead for is in the process, advocate for equity. I spoke about this briefly last time. I put out an ask that Mr. Mayor, you and hopefully a minimum of one other person from the council would reach out across the US 23 boundary, speak with Mayor Lois Richardson, arrange some specific Zoom to Zoom contact to talk about what the residents are experiencing, both what we have in common, which is a lot, and where we can help each other on the things where we are not necessarily in common. I think I mentioned at the last meeting that Black residents at the moment are about 13% of the county population, yet their deaths and their hospitalization rates are twice that. Since then, I've also learned that their vaccination rates are half of their county percentage of the population. So there's just a huge inequity issue going on here. And I think as responsible members of the county government structure, one of the municipalities, it's important to partner on that. It's in all of our best interests. It's really the epitome of the lifeboat exercise. And the last thing I'm going to plead for is coordination with the school board. This is something I've talked about briefly before. I think it's becoming increasingly apparent. As you know, I'm a retired teacher. And the message I am getting from the people I still know in the system is that there is a great deal of fear on the part of teachers about the return to in-classroom teaching. It's an extremely difficult position because they're squeezed in the middle between parents who have every legitimate right to push for school opening and their own desire to get to be safe in the classroom. There's a strong correlation between what we do as a community here and what we do as a school community. It starts with health protections like masks and how that propagates through the community and goes all the way through vaccines, because clarifying the priority and elevating the priority of vaccination for teachers is something that we do not have in the state of Michigan right now. We don't have it in the country because we're in a position that the COVID response is very, very decentralized. So this evening in 35 minutes, the school board is meeting. I will be making a similar statement to them in some respects. Because of my connection to the school community past, as a teacher, as a parent of 2 kids, and as a community member now who supports our public schools, I think it's really imperative that there be very close coordination between the school board and the city council in communicating the needs of our community through politicians and the needs of our community with our municipal partners across the county. Thank you for your time. I have no idea how long that took. That was an entirely off the cuff statement. So I appreciate it. And in just a bit, I'm going to pop over to the school board meeting, which, as you know, runs simultaneously starting at 7 o'clock.
Thank you, Jim. Justin, help me. Do you see any other hands up at this time? I do not.
I also do not.
Okay. All right, we will move on to item H then. Thank you, Cole and Mr. McCarter, for your comments. Item H on the agenda is communications. And in our packet this evening is the upcoming meeting list. Does anybody have any comments on the upcoming meeting list? Jamie, I think your hand's up.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry, I'm having problems over here.
No, you're doing fine. I'm just catching up. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm switching devices and trying to get my video up. I think one thing I noticed is that the zoning ordinance review subcommittee, I don't think is listed on this meeting calendar. I don't know if it's supposed to be or not, but we're meeting again on March 1st.
Okay, great. Is that before the planning commission meeting?
Yes. I don't know if, I think last time we met at 5:30. I'm not sure if it's we're planning on the same time.
Okay.
Somebody will know.
Thank you for that. That's a good catch.
Okay. Anything else, Jamie, Tad?
I don't believe so. No, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the meeting calendar? Okay, seeing none, we'll get into our first report this evening. Our Public Services Superintendent, Dan, is here with us. Dan?
Good evening, everybody. I provided a 2-week report. What I'd like to start with is just a couple things that we're working on. First thing I'd like to talk about a little bit is the risk assessment. We met with Michigan Rural Water representative on Friday. There's 2 different templates that we can work off of for the risk assessment. One's through the EPA and the other one, actually Michigan Rural Water's helping people in Michigan with. It's called SIMS. So that meeting Friday, I'm hoping we're going to meet again this week with the Michigan Rural Water guy. He's actually going to come and try to help us put this information in. Either one of these templates at the end of it, when we put all our assets in and we go through the process, we'll be able to give us a report that we can produce out of this and hand to the EPA at the end of it. The other thing I'd like to talk to you about is in my wastewater report, the second bulletin, communications with property owner on Park Ridge regarding the landscaping. In West Ridge, we have a lift station, and the one homeowner that backs up to it had done a lot of really nice landscaping this year. When we plowed snow, we went over the asphalt about a foot, and they thought the property lines had ran right next to our asphalt, that a driveway that goes into the lift station. After communicating back and forth with emails and talking to Justin, I told them that I would like to meet with them when the snow melts and try to come up with something collective between the city and the property owner to work on so we're not on their landscaping. Actually, we went out and found the post for the landscape, or for the property post, and it wasn't, the one post was a little bit farther towards their property than what they originally thought. They could only find one of the stakes out there. So once we found those, put some markers in there. Anyway, we're going to follow up in the spring and work together collectively to work through this. I don't think we were on their property like they had thought at the beginning. And once we found the post, it kind of set everything straight. So DPW, obviously it's snowing every other day. They've been working real hard to keep our streets and downtowns cleared. In between that, they've been doing a lot of preventative maintenance on all the equipment. So is there any questions on my report?
Dan, what is your understanding of when the social district will stop?
I thought it was March 1st.
I could ask this under Michelle's report too, I guess, but do we know, have we confirmed with the Dairy Queen when they're gonna open? And I assume that means we have to have the barricades and everything out of there. Is that true?
That is true. The Dairy Queen had a delivery today to where we had to move some of the barricades that we had up there so they could get some supplies in there. I think Michelle and Kurt were working on that Friday, and then Michelle sent a text out Saturday to me and Kurt to make sure that we had that organized for this morning, so the Dairy Queen could get their supplies in. And that happened this morning.
Okay, so I mean, assuming you're not taking all that stuff down on the weekend, it's likely that that's gonna start coming down this week, right?
Michelle's gonna have to answer that question for us, if you don't mind.
No, that's fine. Just appreciate it.
Yeah, Michelle has her hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
Do you want me to answer that now?
Sure. Please.
So, excuse me. The barricades and everything, the tent, all come down the morning of March 1st. Everything has to be down by 11 o'clock. Kurt and his crew know that, and so does the tent people. And so does Mike Holzer from Dairy Queen. In order for the district to operate through February 28th, which is the last day, you can't get everybody in at 11 o'clock at night to take down the tent or remove the barricades. So they'll be done first thing in the morning on March 1st. It's very carefully orchestrated.
So I talked to Kurt about this a little bit this morning, council. Once they get the tent out of there, I'm guessing unless this warm weather keeps up, we're gonna probably have some snow that we need to move out of there. So once the tent is gone and out of the way, we're gonna have to leave them barricades up so we can do, if we have to, try to get as much snow hauled out of there or push somewhere to get everything cleared out.
Yeah, Dan, that's why I was asking the question about would it start this week? Because it seems like if it ended a couple days early, it isn't really a big deal.
I would think I would think so.
I mean, rather than you guys having to do a whole bunch on Monday morning.
Yep.
Anyway, okay, just asking. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Dan.
No, I just wanted to know if anybody had any questions on my written report.
I'm not seeing Paula. No, you're not waving a pencil. Julie, everybody's good? Oh, Jamie's got her hand up. Jamie?
Yeah, I just real quick wanted to say you mentioned the collective effort to produce the newsletter article on how water meters work. I just wanted to say thanks for that.
I didn't hear the end of that. Sorry, Jamie.
Sorry, where it says the collective effort to work on the city newsletter about water meters. That's
Mhm.
something that we talked about in the past, and I just wanted to say thanks for doing that because I know I personally have friends who are struggling with water usage
Yeah.
issues, and I hope that they'll notice it and that it will be useful to them.
I hope so too. It's kind of nice. We had something in there. It was kind of nice to go back over that again and refine that. And that's why it was a collective effort, going forward. So
Thanks.
you're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Last chance for questions for Dan. Okay, next up is our Community Development Manager, Michelle. How are you?
I'm losing my voice, so Mike's going to take this. I
Okay.
appreciate your understanding.
Okay, welcome, Mike.
Thank you. Michelle's report is provided in your packet. I have no additional updates, but does anyone have any questions?
Jamie.
Me again. I took a look at the zoning ordinance update webpage. I think it's great to have that up, so thanks for that. One thing I wondered, and I don't have any specific documents in mind, I'm still familiarizing myself with them, but I'm wondering if it would ever make sense as sort of from like a public education standpoint, or even council education standpoint, if there would be key documents that would be like a basic FAQ, how to, here's what we're doing, 1-page background, 2-page background. If that's something that could be, it likely might already be in the packets that are up, that are posted and linked to. But I'm just wondering if it would make sense to pull out any parts of those packets to the top of that page with some general description. If somebody who, is trying to figure out what this is all about, so they don't have to dig through the agendas and packets. Again, I'll be mindful as I'm prepping for the March 1st meeting, as I'm going through everything, if I think that there's some piece of that could come out and go to the top, just so when somebody's going to the webpage, there's some obvious background education info. That's just one thing I thought that might make that webpage more useful or friendly or accessible to members of the public. That's the only thought I had about that.
Okay, well, thanks for the suggestion. I think we've been talking about where we're going to add educational content either on that page or on a related page, and then we'd like to produce content that's that goes along with the schedule of the subcommittee.
Okay.
But that is something we're looking into.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, any other questions on Michelle's report? Okay, doesn't look like it. Michelle, hope you feel better. Your voice comes back. We'll keep going. Page 29 of the packet is our sheriff report. I don't think anybody from the sheriff's office is online tonight, right? There's nobody on the Zoom waiting, right?
Nope.
Okay. Are there any questions from council on the county sheriff report? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move down to our city manager report. Justin?
Sure, thanks. Just 2 quick items for you. The first is since we scheduled a different closed session for tonight, I did ask the attorneys from Varnum regarding our Tyndall and NPDS permits if we could reschedule them to the next meeting. And then I also got an email from the Michigan Redistricting Commission asking to come and give a short presentation at the start of one of our meetings. And so in speaking with them, it looked like they're available on March 22nd. So that might be a good, 5 to 10 minute presentation at the start under non-arranged. Outside of those two things, I don't have any additional verbal updates for you. I don't know if anybody has any questions on what's written.
Jamie, I see your hands up.
Yep, thanks. Letter B, the 8140 Main Street Phase 1 environmental. Can you just give a, I don't know, 1 minute just summary of what that is?
Sure. So City Council approved a Phase 1 environmental, which is basically we invite a company to come and sample things like determine whether there's lead paint or asbestos, or if there's any environmental contamination to the soil. Basically a rundown of the things that you would likely see if you needed to demo or do renovations to a building, things that you might have to mitigate.
Okay.
And those things are looked for, and then they create a report and provide us with a report detailing the things that might be potential concerns.
So that's motivated specifically by some potential future action at that site.
Correct.
Okay, it's not like a routine thing. It was specific. Okay.
Correct. And we were able to get a grant through the County Brownfield Authority to do that work.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other questions for Justin on anything? Okay, seeing none, I'll move on to my report. Outside of the fact that I have a recommendation on the consent agenda for a DDA appointment, I'll take any questions on that if anybody has any. The last 2 weeks have been a lot of fun in a lot of ways with regard to the touring of that building at 3515. That came up at our last meeting two weeks ago, and we were able to have 2 tours over the last couple of weeks, and the energy from staff and I think most council members, I guess I'll say, seems to be pretty high relative to those visits. And I guess I wanted to thank everybody for taking the time to come look at it. Unfortunately, Donna slipped on her way to her car there right at the end of the second meeting, and she's recovering from a little bit of surgery there. So that's why she's not with us tonight. But this is a real opportunity, I think, and I'm looking forward to wherever on the agenda we talk about it together. But it's I know I've listed it twice on my report because there were 2 visits, but I've thought about it each day, and really like the option that is in front of us. And I guess I just wanted to say that as part of my report, that I think it's a tremendous opportunity for us. So I look forward to hearing what everybody else is thinking here in a few minutes. Does anybody have any questions for me on anything that's either on my report or not on my report?
Jamie has her hand up.
Oh, Jamie, go ahead. Yep, just clicking over.
Thanks. Yep. I just wanted to say thanks. It's later in the packet, but the application for your committee appointment recommendation, I found that helpful. I don't know how often it is the case that we have an old application on hand when you make the recommendations, but I thought it was helpful. And so I thought in the future, if there are recommendations that are made and there is some old paperwork that can be slipped into the packet, I thought it was helpful to give some context to that.
Yeah, you're welcome, Jamie. So sometimes I forget to ask people to update them if I know we've had them or if I've talked to the person a while. But we'll try to make that a regular. I appreciate the comment.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last thing is next Saturday, not this coming Saturday, but March 6th, we are scheduled to have a goal setting session if everybody could still do it. So I know Zach cannot, but like to keep covering a couple of topics here to keep those progressing. So if you could add that to,
Starts at,
excuse me, Paul?
starts at what time?
9, if it's okay. Not, I'd like to do 9 to 11 if we can.
Okay. I'll cut my meeting short, as I've done before. So, yeah, thank you for giving me half an hour.
Yeah,
And
you're welcome.
Which date in March? I'm sorry, I missed that.
March the 6th.
March
I was
6th.
gonna say that I have it down as either the 6th or the 13th. Does the 6th work for everybody? If it doesn't, you know, we can move it, but I believe the availability was the same for either the 6th or the 13th.
Yep, that works for me.
Okay.
Right.
Julie and Wah, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for me this evening on anything? Okay. Normally, Ms. Fisher makes the motion to approve the consent agenda, but with her absent, I'm gonna need to ask for some help. If somebody would be good enough to make a motion for the consent agenda?
I will.
Ms. Knight, thank you, Julie. Motion to approve the 2 items on the consent agenda,
Yes.
which includes the bills and payroll in the amount of $260,419.44, and the consideration of the committee appointment of Mike Penn to replace Steve Brower on the DDA board.
Yep.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Knight, second by Ms. Griffin. Ms. Jones, could you please call the vote to approve the consent agenda, please?
Yes. Griffin, excuse me, Griffin,
Yes.
Hubbard,
I'm showing she's on.
yes, I see that too.
Well, are you there?
I know she's having connectivity issues.
Oh, I'll just make her temporarily absent then.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Cousins,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Keo.
Yes. Okay, so motion carries 4-0 with Wah being temporarily absent. Okay, so thank you. We've passed the consent agenda. We are on to item K1. Jamie, I'll come back to you because you had brought this up at approval of the agenda. If you want, we can shift that and move it down on the agenda and jump into the new business items. We can push, K1 down to under L6 or something if you want.
Yeah, sure. I guess I would be fine. And I guess I'll see if I get a second. Motion to table this.
Well, just to rearrange the agenda to push it down to after L6.
Right. You want, yeah, all the way after, yeah, L6. That's fine. You say after L6?
That's where I'm suggesting it could go.
Yeah. I'll make a motion to, move this down to after L6.
Is there support to do that?
Support from Cousins.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Is there any discussion necessary? Okay, I don't think I'm seeing any hands up. Hold on, okay. Okay, seeing none, Ms. Jones, please call the vote to rearrange the agenda a little bit.
Okay. Griffin,
Yes.
Cousins,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Hubbard, still nothing. Oh, there she is, connecting, it says.
I'm showing her on mute now.
Yeah, I see that. We see 2 locations on you.
Okay, we'll just skip her for this point.
Okay, we'll move on.
Yep.
On what they're, and Keo.
Yes. Okay, so we have moved K1 down until after L6. So we're now at the bottom part of page 3 of the agenda with new business item L1, consideration of Dexter Days park use road closure permit request on page 137 of the packet. Is there a motion, or do we want to have a discussion of what's here first, or where do we want to go, folks?
Jamie has her hand up.
I'd be
Oh,
fine.
sorry, Jamie. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jamie.
I would be fine making a motion to approve the permit, the park use and road closure permit for the 2021 Dexter Days Festival.
Okay, from Friday, August 13th, as shown on page 130 of the packet, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, is there a second for that?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, Ms. Knight, thank you for discussion.
You're welcome.
Okay. Justin, can you take us through what's here?
Sure. So we received an application from the Dexter Days Committee for a park use road closure permit for the 2021 Dexter Days Festival. As proposed, it would mirror past Dexter Days events. Obviously, last year, the permit was not approved due to COVID. But the permit as proposed this year goes back to previous years. This does not incorporate the social tent as part of this permit. Typically that permit comes separate. But all of the other items, including the booths, the games, the parade, the road closures for the car show, are all included as a part of this application.
So Justin, do we notice any, as part of the application, I noticed that, or the letter there, I'm sorry, your memo there, you mentioned that the social tent is applied for separately. You know, of all of the activities that take place on Dexter Days weekend, that is typically the area that has the most density. And would be that part of it would be my, I guess, greatest concern. I don't know what, typically, I don't think we actually see the Firefighters Association application because that's a park use thing. It's not, they're not asking for the road closure typically. That's already done. So I think council should discuss whether we're, you know, looking to approve, should we decide to approve, looking to approve a more, I'm going to say, reserved event? Or does everybody have the vision that the, you know, I mean, obviously we're gonna have to follow CDC guidelines, or they're gonna have to follow them as best they can if we go forward, but I would think that there's a way to have the tents and the booths spaced out even more so if the social tent was not in place in the park, is I guess what I'm getting at. And I don't know how others think about or feel about that, but it just seems like, I mean, I know 2021 is a little bit different than 2020 and that we're all hoping that it's going to be back to normal, but we still have a long way to go. And I think some level of caution is prudent. I'm throwing that out there for discussion. Jamie, I see your hands up.
Yep, thanks. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, looking back at this, the application mentioned, talking about the food also. And so thinking about what restrictions have been in place and are currently in place, they have often centered around, I suppose, food or times when people aren't able to wear a mask. And so I can see that being a consideration. I think I'm remembering, them having food trucks, I guess, in the past. I don't know if anybody from Dexter Days is on, or if Julie knows. I don't know for their planning purposes if they need to know, they need to plan this far in advance for something like food trucks, or if it's something, right now, I guess, I don't know what the restrictions are even on outdoor dining. I guess they're probably density restrictions, kind of like with their social tent. It's still the, the social distancing.
Right.
So then, if somebody's at a food tent or a food truck and they're grabbing something, usually you're walking around and you're eating it. You're not kind of in one area. So I could see that in light of current restrictions being something that would also need to be thought about. How is the food truck and consumption of food implemented? And I don't know what their pre-planning needs to be for the food trucks relative to the compared to the pre-planning for some of these other things like getting booths to commit and things like that.
Yeah, I'm with you on your thought process. Like I said, I can see they have to line up the vendors and get sponsorships and such. I could see the pre-planning level of that. I'm trying to make sure that if we're leaning towards allowing this to happen, and it would be great if we could get a return to more normal activities. I still think there needs to be an air of caution on it. And I don't know if we need to have some conditions, or what, but I think we ought to offer some guidance there so that staff knows how to administer the social tent when that comes in. Does anybody else have any thoughts on?
I think Paul had his hand up first.
Okay, we'll go Paul and then Wah.
Well, this is the dilemma that we getting caught in. Between some real interest, which is legitimate from the community to provide activity. I've been in a social tent many times, and I do not know how in the world you would ever enforce 6 feet apart. I mean, particularly with the noise most of the time in there, you have to scream to be heard. So that's number one. And I don't know if then the Dexter Days people are saying, well, it's okay, we'll do it without the social tent because that's a big draw. And the bands are set to play there as well. And there are some bands that draw a lot, some don't, but a lot of them do. And so how are you going to space them 6 feet apart in that park area there in front of the band? Or you said, well, you got to be behind the band or the side of the band. There are some people that do that. But I guess mine comes to enforcement. How do you enforce it? As I think, maybe I'm wrong. If Dan's still there, are the sidewalks 5 feet sidewalks?
Yep, not wide, but long.
Well, if they're 5 feet, what's the width there in the park?
It's about 5 feet, yeah.
About 5 feet, yeah.
Yep.
And in my recollection in the past, the booths are very close to the sidewalk. And the fact there, I think, smack dab up against it so people can, they may move them back a little bit, I don't know. But the fact is that there will be people bumping into each other on a regular basis, that area. So then comes the part of masks. And who are going to be the mask police? The Dexter Days Committee or who? And that concerns me of how that's going to be done. They'll say they'll follow CDC guidelines, but if you've got 10 people and they're all not wearing masks and they don't want to wear a mask, I don't know how you're going to enforce that. And when we had the ice sculpture, it was winter and people were maybe scattered a little bit further around, but I think I mentioned before that my wife and I walked through that, and we didn't see one person in the area when we walked around did not have a mask on. Now, other people across the street that were drinking beer in that area, they didn't have their mask on, and that's legitimate. But My question is enforcement and how it's going to be done. And how are you going to have a good Dexter Days with half of the booths there if you have to spread them out even further? I think you can if you didn't have the beer tent there, social tent, excuse me. I'm an old guy, close to the beer tent. That could provide for some more, but how much more? I don't know. And so there's a few questions I don't have answers to yet that I would like to have them answer to. And I understand their desire to get some answers from us as quickly as possible so they can start their planning. But I would like to have the staff or whoever's going to coordinate this talk about that as well and how that's going to be done and who's going to enforce it. Because it shouldn't be coming on our backs to do that enforcement. I don't expect Justin to run around and be the social police there either. So I got those questions, and I don't know how it can be done, even under CDC guidelines, unless there are people that are willing to enforce the guidelines. And that's a major concern on my part. And I do not think that by August that we will be there. Dr. Fauci just said we'll probably be wearing masks in 2022 today. So, or yesterday when he was on a show. So I got a feeling that we're not going to just all of a sudden say, hey, it's all over and we can just stop using masks. So I think that's going to be an issue that I'm going to be concerned with. So I would not vote for this now, but I would vote for it if I could find some answers to it and in future conversations and information from them on how they plan to deal with it. And if they are tied to the beer tent being there and performing as it has in the past in association with Dexter Days.
Okay, Paul, we'll go to Wa next.
Thanks. Sorry for all my issues. I'm on my phone with still issues, so I'm doing my best, guys. I have similar questions about enforcement, and agree with a lot of what Paul just said. I also think that we need to maybe think about what this means for, and I know this is in the packet a couple of times, but what considering this means for other events. And I don't know if we want to have a more general discussion before we just jump into approving something. I don't know if that's useful, but I just want to make sure, that we realize that this isn't just one thing that we're discussing here. I guess that's it.
Okay, good comment. Alex?
Thank you. I understand that the applicant has to make assurances to the vendors at the event, but is it possible to make a stipulation of approval that COVID transmission is at a certain rate? I think August is a really far time, or really far ahead, and that would be impossible to even remotely predict what it would be like then.
What was your question about the vendors, Alex? I didn't hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying that the applicant has to make assurances to the vendors. It was included in their letter. Would it be possible maybe to have a stipulation of our approval if we do decide to approve it, be that the rate of like transmission within Dexter be at a certain rate, just so that maybe we can feel safer. I worry. At the Ice Fest I drove by, I did mostly see people wearing masks, but there was a lot of people, not many times, not necessarily 6 feet apart. And I worry that something similar or even worse could happen at Dexter Days. And so I would feel more comfortable if we maybe set a certain rate for the event to happen.
Okay, Jamie, and then I'll go to Bella, and then we'll listen to the applicant.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I guess a couple of things to get some clarification, I guess, from other council members on, 'cause I wasn't part of the Ice Fest decision. I think that was before my time. But I feel like in a certain sense, we've kind of had pieces of these already approved. The Ice Fest happened, and we have the social district, which has a tent. And maybe people think the difference is that they were a smaller scale, or because it's winter. I'm not quite sure, but I could see someone asking, what's the difference? Or, what is approval of Ice Fest in winter? When we really don't know what was happening with the vaccine, how does that compare to, whatever, however, 6 months from now, when, there's a trend and a trajectory for the vaccine, and we have a tent in a social district right now, but we're saying we don't want a tent then. So I think those things I would have a hard time like balancing.
Okay.
Point of information, Jamie, have you ever been in the social tent?
At Dexter Days, no.
Okay.
What Paul's getting at is the social tent that we have up there that's 20 by 20 or whatever size it is, might have had 8 or 9 people in it at one time at its peak time, asking people to separate, 2 tables.
Mm-hmm.
The social district, you literally have to tap somebody on the shoulder. Or, I'm sorry, not the social district, the social tent at Dexter Days on a Friday night. You literally have to tap somebody on the shoulder to move by them most of the time to go past them. It's just crowded.
Elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, it's just wall to wall people, or not wall to wall, but one end to the other. Bella?
Thanks.
Hi, I know this was kind of brushed upon, but I'm kind of worried that since it'll be summer, like people probably will be more comfortable not wearing a mask, and like they'll probably like have like the false like protection, I'd say, or like ideation that they can't get it as much because more people are vaccinated. And I think people wore more masks during the ice fest, because I know I went, but I thought they wore more masks because like masks provide heat to your face, and it was really cold during that time. But I don't know if the warm weather will make people not wear as much masks, and that will be kind of a problem if like we saw in like the ice fest, people aren't like 6 feet apart. Like I don't know how that'd play out in the Apple Days.
Okay, thanks, Bella. I'm gonna ask Justin to unmute Tracy Lambert so we can, she's been, I think, listening closely to what we've had to say here with some of our questions, and maybe Tracy could come on and give us some idea of what she's thinking a little bit.
Hey there, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I was just kind of jotting down some answers or some thoughts when you guys were talking about some questions you had. Maybe I'll answer some of them or help to give you kind of what we're thinking. When you talked about like the food booths or the food vendors, I do still anticipate having food vendors. That's a big part of the festival. We need, people enjoy these vendors. I think the way that it will be handled or monitored would be coming from like the health department, right? So if Smokehouse applies to have a food booth and we allow them or say, sure, yep, you're in, well, the health department has to come and check out their space, and they have to abide by all the health department rules for serving food. So obviously they can't serve food if they aren't doing what the health department says. Okay, so how does that mean so they can serve the food safely? Now people are taking the food and going to eat. How do we keep them from eating around people or whatevering? You guys mentioned, food areas. And I guess my question is, maybe we should ask like the Dairy Queen or Dexter Creamery, like how did they manage the people that came and got ice cream and left and then walked around town eating the ice cream? Does anyone know how they managed their business last summer? Because even with Aubrey's, you could order food to go and go sit in the park and eat.
Right. I think that the question is a good one, Tracy, and the parallel is a good one, but there's a lot more people. I mean, they're not going to be able to just sit in the park and eat.
Yes, I know that you think that they won't be able to sit in the park and eat, but I'm under the impression that even so, there's still going to be many less people coming to the festival because they aren't comfortable, because they aren't, ready to come out and be a part of, a social environment like this. I can't tell people to, I can suggest, and we can go back to our booth coordinator, Tracy Hillebach, and we can talk about food zones for our booth vendors and like telling them, listen, if you're going to serve food, they have to eat it within here, but you can only have so many people per square foot according to the health department. That's not off the table, and that's not something we can't discuss or we can't make a plan for. So again, my concern is making sure that the food vendors are following the health department guidelines, which obviously coexist with the CDC. So as long as they're following those guidelines, then I hate to say that's good enough for me, but that's what's most important to me. Now, if we can go further and help them, keep people contained in an eating area or whatnot, fine. I don't have a problem working that angle as well. Going to the beer tent, there's a lot of talk about that. I think quite possibly they can enforce those who come in or click in a certain amount of people. I know that would be obviously detrimental to the income that they make there for the fundraising efforts. Hopefully it isn't that big of a drawback, but again, they have to work with the health department and the beer license that they get to serve, the serve license. So I am sure there's going to be tons of guidelines for them if they were to even get approved to get a license to serve beer in a matter like that. Yes, typically in the past, the social tent is like where it happens. Everyone's in there, you're crammed in there. You are shoulder to shoulder. I get that, but I also get that it's been a year and now almost, it's been a year and we're approaching, I think people see things differently. And I'm not going to say there aren't going to be people that aren't hugging and overcrowding each other like there was at the Ice Fest. But I also think there'll be a lot of people that either don't come or come but choose not to go in the beer tent. And they're going to be making different choices about, who they're standing by or giving themselves extra space. So as the permit stands, I mean, we can't say that the beer tent is going to apply for a booth for us or from us, but if they do apply for a booth and they can meet the guidelines that are set forth, then I would want to support that for them. And if there's anything we can do with signage, they usually do all their own signs and everything, but if there's anything we can do to continue to tell and remind people, hey, be safe and wear a mask, we're certainly not going to do that. To the booth placement question, if any of you remember the modifications last year when we made our modification, we submitted a lengthy plan of, these are the changes we would make if we were to have the festival last year. We would separate the booths even more. We would cut the amount of booths down from this many to that many. Those things are still on the table because if we have to remain this far apart, and that's the recommendation, then obviously we have to space out our booth site plan. And I don't think it's anyone's worry on if I have 100 booths or 50 booths on whether or not it's going to be successful. Because success is if I only have 50 booths or if I only have 10 booths, because you know what? Those are 10 more businesses that are being patronized or supported, or groups or organizations. So for me, even if it was just 10, that would be successful. So the booth placements, if we can do our normal layout, we're great. If we have to modify, we submitted a half plan modification. So, we know what it needs. We know what we would need to do if we had to make those changes for the booth spacing. When it comes to mask enforcement, I think the enforcement is on the responsibility is on the attendees, those who are coming. We obviously will, remind the community that, take care and wear a mask when you're attending. This is what the guidelines say. So we're not going to forget about those, but I'm not going to run around and police all day long, just as well as I wouldn't expect any of the city council to do it either. I mean, we do have police officers who are always walking around, and maybe they'll yell at people, but I don't know if we necessarily need to, because I feel like our community who would be attending would be smart enough and they would choose to wear their mask if they felt uncomfortable or if they wanted to go and be a part of it. So it's hard to have an answer or to say who's going to enforce it, because I don't think that it's my responsibility to tell somebody to wear a mask. And I don't, or to tell them to be like aggressively enforcing or whatnot. I can enforce positivity on it. I can remind people, we can put up signs just like we mentioned we would do with our modified plan last year. You know, we mentioned certain stations with sanitization, and we mentioned, you know, posters and just some signs saying, don't forget, wear your mask type deal. So I think that's all the enforcement I would do. But I'm not a police officer, and I'm not going to take someone down for it, you know, and I guess I just don't know who else, you know, enforces the mask wearing in the park now, you know, so. And then back to the social tent, one of the pieces that I did write down, and you talked a little bit about it, was how the social district tent you guys have, like, how is that monitored now? Is it free to walk in, or do they have to have reservations? Because I think it's for a couple of the businesses. So, you know, if you guys know how they're monitoring that, you know, or I could just call Lisa and ask her, or Phil at the Grotto, but I'm happy to ask the question and maybe get some information to help the fire department. But again, I think they're going to be told what they can and cannot do. So regardless, if they want to be a part of it, the social tent, and they can be a part of it, I want to support that. So those were kind of the notes I wrote down when y'all were saying your questions. So I hope I touched on all of them. And if anyone has other questions, I'll do my best.
Does anybody have a follow-up for Tracy before we continue our discussion? Okay, thanks for tuning in, Tracy. Appreciate it.
Sure thing. Thanks.
So I think that I think I would want to see what that food plan is. I'm not comfortable with the social tent. The scale of that is just, I don't know how you'd keep track of that personally, but I think we need more information before we should approve this tonight. Personally. Jamie?
Thanks. Yeah, I guess I'm still new to the sort of the process for permitting, and it sounds like if, you know, last summer they had very detailed plans, I think it would make sense to take a look at what those are. I liked the idea of possible food zones. I liked the suggestion about sort of like the clicker counter into the social tent. I mean, I know, you know, we've gone to IKEA, and I think there's somebody who sits by the door and is tracking how many people are going in. I don't know if businesses like that, if retail establishments still have capacity limits, but when they had capacity limits, somebody was monitoring that in some way. So do you have the person who is carding people when they come in, also taking notes? You know, then maybe there's a trade-off, because maybe you have somebody going into this. And I think I remember seeing a social tent, and I think it's pretty well like barricaded off with that orange construct snow fence or whatever that is. Then is the concern that, you know, you set your number of people you want in there, and then like the people never leave. You know, maybe then the people who do the tent have to decide if it's worth it to do the tent if only X number of people get in and they stay in there and they never leave. You know, I guess I'd be curious to see what a proposal with some sort of monitoring of the count of people going in and going out would look like, because it seems, you know, it's something I think retail establishments have had to do, or even restaurants, you know, when they're limited to 25% capacity, then they must be keeping track of that in some way. And given that that social tent is contained, which I think it is with those fences, it seems like that there's a potential to do that. So those two things stuck out at me.
Okay, I'm happy to call on Zach. Zach, welcome.
Yep, thank you.
We're on L1 in case you didn't didn't know, and floor is yours, sir.
Yep. So first, I want to thank Ms. Lambert and Mrs. Wilkinson for putting this together and coming to speak with this. So my background, I grew up in a town that this will be the 63rd year of having a maple syrup festival. And I know how much these events mean to the community and how ridiculous complex they can be to put together, especially in these times. What I've tried to do in my mind is separate out the social tent from the Dexter days, because that's a different entity that puts it together. And I don't feel comfortable putting those questions to this group. What I would like to see is, even though I hope we're able to be in a closer to normal world come August, we have to plan and prepare as if we're not. So I would like to have the equivalent of COVID protocols, which most businesses are required to have in the state of Michigan now. So for both this applicant and for the next folks, what's your plan? How your sanitation stations, who's refilling that? What happens if you've got a vendor that isn't wearing their mask? Those types of things. And I can tell you, it is not fun to do enforcement. I've had where I work on Sunday mornings, I've nearly had to kick 2 people out. Well, not kick them out, but nearly had to have them escorted out with the police. It is not fun, and I absolutely hate it, but I think it's important for us to see what those COVID protocols would be for public events, at least in the next year or so. And that's all.
Okay. Thanks, Zach.
I'm up. I don't know if I'm up again or, but I
Oh,
got.
Paul, go ahead. Thanks for holding your pencil up. Yep, you're next.
Well, I really feel for Tracy and the group here. It may not sound like it when I say things, but I really feel that there are, if some of these events that just are important for the community, but I also cannot honestly, in good conscience, vote for some of these that I don't have answers to, or that I think are the answers are not going to make us any safer. To say we're going to have a food area, I think that could make some sense if there was restricted by tables and where the people could go. But as I remember, there was like at least 3, maybe two or three of the food vendors are along Central Street there. And the people stand in line. We could keep them separated back for a certain distance, but then they would have to go someplace to eat or drink. And that could, that could possibly be set off aside as well. But people walking up and down the street without a mask, and how many people that are, I guess I have a different view of what than Trace says about how many people will be there. I think that's because you have an event, and I think the ice festival proved that people come. There were a lot of people came to that ice event that didn't live in Dexter, and they wanted to be there because there was something finally to do. And this is going to be something finally to do in Dexter in the summer. There are other areas in this community that have these festivals. I don't know what Dexter or Chelsea's Sounds and Sights on Thursday nights are going to be, whether they're going to have their big tent like they always have, or what they're doing there. Clinton has one. There's the fish fry down in Manchester. There's a Milan Festival. There's a Celine Festival. They're all over the place, and I don't know how they're going to operate, but maybe we could get some pointers from them on how they're operating, so that we wouldn't be the only one that's trying to come up with the answers here. But I think there's going to be a lot more people because of their wanting to get out and their willingness to in some cases flaunt the mask issue, and how that's going to be a safe time for anybody. But if we could come up with some other answers that I thought were legitimate there, we could do that. But I don't know how we would ever have a social tent. I agree with Sean on that one. I don't know anywhere in the world we could have a social tent. And you got to realize that that age group is between 21 and 30, 40, whatever it is. You know, and then all the alumni that come back, and there's very few older people there except me and Sean. Okay, so everybody else is young, and it's just a, you know, I don't know how you control all of that. And would it be worth it for the firemen to sell one quarter of their beer or one half their beer, as Tracy already mentioned, that, you know, we don't even know if they're going to apply. You know, we had a discussion about the Dexter Days, the Dexter Memorial Day Parade at Rotary, and decided not to have it. And when I thought about how we would do that, you know, you know how many people are there, and they're stacked along the sidewalks, 3 and 4 and 5, 6 deep sometimes, and clustered downtown. And then they said, well, who performs in it? Well, we got a band of 200 people standing together, and, you know, are they all going to be wearing masks? And then we've got people riding floats, sitting together side by side. You know, can you tell them, no, they can only have 3 people on a float, so they'd be 6 feet apart, or 5 people on a float? We just decided that because of the health issues in this country at this time, that we were not going to expose the people of Dexter to something that was potentially dangerous. So we decided not to have it again this year. And, you know, we felt bad about that because it's a Memorial Day activity that we have and people are looking forward to it. And we took that over from the American Legion so that we could continue that tradition on in Dexter. Nobody was going to do that. It was going to just fall apart and die. We took that on, and we feel good about what we've done in the past, but we made a decision not to. And I don't know how you're going to continue to do some of these things. I already heard that the Ann Arbor Summerfest and the art fair are not going to happen either. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that, but I've heard that they're not happening because of the same issues we're talking here, of people, large groups of people in congregated areas. And it's not safe yet. We know that some people wear masks, some don't. And if people make decisions based upon what they think is best for the human race and for our community and for the people from Dexter and surrounding areas, I know it's sometimes painful, but I would hope that we would put that priority at a very high level rather than just have an event because we haven't had one in the last year or maybe even just for 2 years. So I think, you know, how I feel. I would need some more information, and I'll be to look at. I'm not going to block it out completely, but I certainly have major issues now with how it's proposed there. And young people, you know, they think they're bulletproof, so that they won't follow any rules.
Thanks, Paul. All set?
Yeah, for now, thank you.
Okay, Wah?
Thanks. First of all, I just want to say this is a difficult discussion. I was raised on Dexter Days. I sat in a booth with my dad and my papa selling woodworking items in the 80s at Dexter Days. I love it. But I agree with some of what Paul was just saying, especially if some of these other events are canceled. It's just tough for me to think that if there's nothing else going on, to think that it's not going to be the Ice Fest on steroids, which I wish that we could just say that was okay. I don't know. It's difficult, and there's a lot to consider. And I would also like to look at maybe just consult with other communities and see what they're thinking and feeling about things before we make any decisions.
Okay. Julie? Who's on mute?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I got shut down there for a little bit, so I lost part of the conversation, especially when Tracy was talking. I apologize for that. So I guess the question I want to ask the Dexter Days Committee is, what is your drop dead date that you would have to know whether we get approval or not, so you can start organizing and planning? That's the first question I have. Secondly, I do want to comment about masking. From what I have seen, most people are very aware of masking almost everybody I see everywhere wears a mask. I don't think masking is a problem. The distancing, yes, is a problem. Masking, I don't see to be a problem. I think most people are so mindful of it that they're wearing them all the time. Not sure about that younger generation, I have to admit. And I would have serious questions about the social chat because there's never any less than 200 people in the evening in those tents. So, but yeah, I guess my first question is, what is their drop dead date that they would need to know if they get approval or not? Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Is Tracy still on? Maybe we can see if she can answer that first question of yours.
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks.
I think in order to, first of all, I already feel like we're behind the 8 ball because that's just life, I think. I would prefer that moving forward, our permit is approved in January. Actually, if I had it my way, I would have it approved in December. So starting January, we'd be good to go, but I don't know how that works with you guys. So now that we are in February, honestly, like I would need to know by March. April, May, June, July, that's like 3 months before the festival. We need a lot of sponsors. We need a lot of booths. We need to pay for a lot of things. And 8 weeks, 10, 12 weeks is cutting it. So it would have to be March. So my thought is y'all have a lot of questions, and I want to make sure that when we are submitting more details that we are answering them. Have you guys ever maybe thought of compiling a list and responding back to us, perhaps to Julie who submitted it, and say, these are the questions, we need some more information and clarity on these things here, in addition to anything else you want to provide to us, because I can shoot from the hip, but I don't want to miss. So if you guys have specific questions, I don't want to forget them. So let us know, like compile your list when you get off this meeting, maybe next week or this week, you guys can put together, these are things we need to know to help us determine. Someone said they wanted to check with other communities. I mean, I guess feel free to call. I don't know if I have any phone numbers or contacts for you. I talked to Milford Memories a lot last year. I talked to the Fowlerville Fair a lot last year, and I talked to the Chelsea Fair a lot last year. So, I mean, those would be the 3 I would suggest perhaps reaching out to. But again, you'd have to call the city for Fowlerville, and then the Chelsea Fair is independent. They don't need permits, and same with the Fowlerville Fair. So I don't know if that helps.
Thanks, Tracy.
Okay.
Okay, so right now we had a motion by Griffin with a second by Julie to approve as noted or approve as submitted. Does council want to continue on with that, or do we want to request additional information? Do we want to postpone? Do we want, what? Anybody have any feeling one way or the other? I feel like we need at least a plan for the food area and need to understand. You know, Zach made some good had some good questions about the COVID protocols, sanitation stations. You know, what happens if a vendor's not wearing a mask, which goes back to Paul's original question of enforcement. I think we need to hear what those plans are before, at least before I want to vote for it. Let me say it that way. Jamie, I see your hands up.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the conversation and all the information from Tracy. I'd be fine amending my motion to postpone until our next meeting. You know, I guess that would be as soon as possible would be our next meeting, which whenever that would be,
March
8th, I'm guessing. And I don't know. I mean, we approved Ice Fest, and I think that was fine. I can envision, you know, approving this in some form. So maybe it's not, you know, if people aren't comfortable improving all the components or, you know, to, you know, the full extent, you know, that's outlined here. I don't know if what comes back to us is here's plan A, and plan A is because I don't know, Tracy mentioned, having 10 businesses there is a success for them. That's helpful information. Like what is the most restricted version of this Dexter Days that they could envision that would be meaningful to them, that would be worth their time of putting this all together, that would positively benefit the community, whether it's these 10 vendors who are getting the publicity, because hearing that there are, I think there are people on, variety, it's a continuum of where people are comfortable. So is there, when we come back to meet, something that is the most restricted version of, we've got this area, there's no food, or, the food could look like we have this food area, or maybe it's even 3 things where it's no food, or there's food just in these areas with these protocols, and then there's, what they currently have, which is saying, like it usually is. And then same thing with vendors. Vendors is, the minimum number that is meaningful is 10 or whatever, and in this space, they're all 20 feet apart. You know what I mean? Like, I think it could be helpful to see at least 2 options when we come back to look at this, because when we talked at the Parks and Rec meeting, one of the last times, the Easter egg scramble came up, and not to get off topic, but just to say that I think the first instinct was to say, well, we can't do that. We can't do it like we've always done it. Okay, but can we re-envision it? Can we reimagine it? So I am more than willing to reimagine Dexter Days in a way that takes some or all of the components in their original form or a modified form or something, as long as it's meaningful to the Dexter Days committee to be putting in the time and effort. And so for us to see the next time, I guess I'm thinking, because people are on this continuum, maybe 2 versions. One is the most restricted, that's at least meaningful to them to do, worth their time, and one that maybe has some more leeway in it. Thank you.
Jamie, I think that's a good suggestion, but we don't have that vision now, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, Zach?
So what I've heard is kind of with the bigger brush, the things that we want to see is the variations with the potential layout, how food and food areas would be handled, and COVID protocols. If I've missed any out, someone shout, but I have a question for Ms. Lambert, if she would be able to provide that information for our next meeting on March 8th, and follow up for Mr. Briers, when would she need to get that information into you? Or pre-question, I guess.
So the packet would go out on the 3rd of March.
And today is the 22nd of February, correct?
Correct.
So if she could turn it in by the 1st, that would be helpful.
That's a week away for her. I don't know if that's doable or not, but you can ask her. She's here.
You can unmute Tracy, Justin, to answer that question. Please.
So I think we can look at our last year's modified plan to answer a lot of your questions. My thought as we're talking and discussing this, because I'm hearing many of you guys want to support this, right? And obviously so do we. So I think this might be a great opportunity for Dexter Days and like a city rep to maybe work together to work on an agreeable plan. Your team knows what you want and what your bottom line is to be satisfied. And then our team, knows what we want and what our bottom line would be to be satisfied. So maybe given this time of, what we're dealing with nowadays, maybe this is when one of your representatives has to come to the table and negotiate with us. And I don't mean negotiate like terribly, but I mean like work together on this plan so that we're answering your questions. Because I can submit 2-3 plans, but like, is it valuable on my time to do that if I'm missing all the needs that you guys want?
I think that, thanks, Tracy. I think that if there's something that I think we should put together a list of the concerns that have been discussed tonight and get those over to you. But I mean,
Yes.
Largely, other than, like I don't see the social tent. I was trying to offer the social tent area as a sacrificial lamb for spacing out. Okay, so I mean, I'm gonna be blunt and just say, you know, I'm not gonna vote for a plan that has that in it. I think that's just, I think that would be just irresponsible of us.
Well, it's nice to know where you stand on that, you know, so if that's the consensus for everyone, then, you know, if things have to be changed, like, I'm not gonna write a plan up to include it. If, like, hands down, you guys are all gonna say no, you know, so.
I don't, yeah, and Tracy, I don't, you know, I think what we're dealing with here today is you asked it to be on the agenda and we've got a motion, so we're discussing it. I don't
Yeah.
know that we're taking a consensus on each individual item that way. I think you have to, as the applicant, you have to do a little bit of soul searching too, and take the input as it may. But I'm, you know, I think the answer here is if you can get back to us, I think Jamie's got a very good idea, which is, you know, show us what you can, what's the most restrictive thing you can live with. That gives us an ability to judge whether we think it's, you know, safe or fits our vision for that. You know, there's been some talk about the Ice Fest. You know, it's funny, when I honestly thought that the cold weather and what I saw a year ago would not lead to a high turnout this year. Because a year ago, it was cold, and in a lot of, even on the first day, it was even a little bit drizzly. It was a yucky day. There weren't that many people. But Mother Nature threw a curveball and created a fantastic winter day. And that created the opportunity for everybody who wanted to be outside to get outside and more. And I'll tell you, I was there watching and monitoring. I said this a few weeks ago when Paul asked me my thoughts on it, and it made me uncomfortable. It made me partially uncomfortable. Now, I was doing a good job of standing by myself, but you know, I'm sure that people thought, you know, what were we doing? And I guess, you know, just out of respect for that, I'm open-minded enough. I'd like to look at another plan. But I'm not prepared to take action tonight. Personally.
Yeah, I'll just make a comment. Tracy may be, have some wishful thinking there that this council can send one person to come up with all the answers there, because we don't agree on it. A lot of things here tonight. I think you saw the 7 of us talking, or 6 of us talking, and we all have different opinions there. So I don't know how that person would represent the council and their view unless they have the side that they want to project.
Yeah, I think we need to give all of our comments to her. If there's other thoughts after the meeting, we have to get them to Justin to get them to her. But Julie, your hands up, please.
I'm sorry?
Hi, no, this is Julie. Thank
Oh,
you.
other Julie.
Just real, yeah, there's 2 Julies. Just real quick, you guys had asked about other fairs, so I did a quick search. Chelsea Sights and Sounds is on this year. They are taking, they've got information on their website. They're starting in mid-July. And the Fowlerville Fair is going to be up and running in, also, I think that one was in August. I looked at Milford, and when I did just a search, it says that they are having their event, but they have not updated their website, so I'm not positive on that. But I just wanted to let you guys know that Chelsea and Fowlerville are having their events this year.
Thank you for that information. Okay, so Jamie, did you say you were willing to offer a motion to postpone?
Yeah, a motion to postpone until March 8th.
Okay, till the first meeting in March?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second, Michelle's.
Thanks, Zach. Any discussion on the postponement? Ms. Jones, would you please call the vote to approve the postponing of this from today until March 8th?
Yes. Hubbard,
Yes.
Michelle's,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Cousins,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Keo.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, motion carries. So we will have that back on our agenda at our next meeting with additional information from the committee. New business item L2 is consideration of the Watermoo Park use road closure permit request. Not sure if anybody has their hand up or not. I don't see any hands.
I'll make the motion just to get it started, okay?
Okay. What motion would you like to make?
That they are allowed to do for the, August the 14th, 111-mile bike race that would start and finish in the industrial park near Jolly Pumpkin.
Okay. Motion by Cousins.
I'll second.
Second, Michelle's.
I didn't see who it was first. Is it okay if I go with Zach?
Yep.
I heard Zach. Okay. Motion Cousins, second Zach. To approve. Okay, council discussion?
Well, since I made the motion, this starts in Dexter, it ends in Dexter at a business. And they'll hope to have 250 to 500 participants. As I understand it, most bike races are strung out a long way. So I felt that if they started, and I don't know if they'll have, different start times or not, but that could be a consideration to keep people spread apart a little bit further. But that's one of the things that I think that could be monitored and controlled by having different, there's not 4 people ride on a bike or 6 people ride on a bike. There's 1 person rides on a bike. And so they want to get it done, they could come back. But I guess the question that everybody would probably want to ask is, what do you have when you come back to the space or at the beginning of the space? Are you still going to be 6 feet apart? Should you wear a mask until you get on the bike and start to ride? I think those all have to be at least answered there. It's going to be on the 14th of August, which also is during Dexter Day. So.
Okay.
And Sean?
Jamie?
Justin,
Oh,
Justin has.
You want Justin go? Justin, did you say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just real quick. I did send this over to the sheriff's office and DAFD. And end of last week, DAFD did provide comment back with questions about potential layouts for like water tents and parking. And it's my understanding that last year parking was a little bit of an issue, or not last year, the year before. I think last year they staggered the start times, and there was also an issue with access to Dex Tech and their trucks constantly moving. So those are all questions that have been sent to the applicant to answer, but we have not received an answer back yet.
Okay. Jamie?
Thanks. So quick clarification first, and then I can say a couple things. So just this happened last year in 2020?
It did, not as it's proposed here. I believe they did either stagger start times or did it over a period of 1 to 2 days.
Oh, interesting.
So it was more spread out, and they did have a significantly reduced number of participants.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think generally I'm comfortable with something like this. I've not participated in a bike race, but I've participated in plenty of running races. And so, I mean, there's potential for congregation, people at the start line or people waiting to use porta potty before they go. So I don't know what the, kind of plan is around that. It seems like staggered start times where people are, separated a bit because they're not all starting at the same time could be beneficial for that. And yeah, it sounds like those other concerns are obviously significant and would need to be answered firsthand. So I guess I don't know what that means in terms of our ability to approve. If we don't have a final answer on those other questions, maybe then we wait.
Yeah, seems like another one that probably should be postponed. Zach?
Yep. So this one well, I'll start with the easy question. Wouldn't they also need to have closures at the traffic circles when they're coming after Dan Highway down to Shield? I guess that'd be something to throw out to them. I do look at this a little bit differently than the permit for Dexter Days, because this is for road closure, not for an event. If they were starting and stopping the event in the park, I'd look more closely at how they're going to manage people, because that portion is on private property. I'm just more concerned about the traffic issue with this one. But it does sound 250 to 500 participants. That's a lot of Subarus to be parked down there. So it probably would be best for us to wait to get an answer from that perspective as well.
Paul, Julie, Wah, anybody got additional comments?
I'll make a motion that we postpone the decision and that we ask for more information. I don't know if we can do it. They can do it by March the 8th, but what's the next meeting after that?
22nd.
What's that?
The 22nd.
22nd?
Yep.
Yeah, 22nd of March. They ought to be able to still have their event, even with a month delay, to get the answers here for us. So
Based on their response email to the fire department's request, it did sound like they would be able to turn around information fairly quickly.
okay, well then I will make it the 8th then.
Okay, so motion by Paul to postpone this to March 8th to allow the applicant to address the questions that have been raised. Is there a second? Zach, I see you have your hand up.
Oh, it's still up, but sure, I'll second it.
That's okay, thanks. I was convenient to call on you, pal. I needed you. Okay, so motion by Cousins, second by Michelle's to postpone. Any other discussion from council on this or questions? And of course, if you think of a question, you can always get it to Justin and he can get it to the applicant after the meeting, so. Jamie, were you raising your hand?
Oh, no, sorry,
No,
scratched my head.
That's okay. Nope, it's okay. I'm just clicking around and saw the motion. Okay, Ms. Jones, if you would call the vote to postpone.
Okay. Knight,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Cousins,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Michelle's,
Yes.
Keo.
Yes. Thank you. Motion carries, so that's postponed as well. New business item L3 is discussion of the Second Street design and Dexter Crossing road work. I'm going to turn this over to Justin.
Thank you. So we have two ongoing street planning projects. One being Second Street. City Council approved a scope of work for OHM to work on a more comprehensive plan for what Second Street might look like when that street is complete. The most critical piece being, the most immediate piece being how the water main lays out, but how that lays out could be impacted by other potential aspects of the project, including if there were any interest in on-street parking or bike lanes, anything that would add concrete onto or asphalt onto either side of the road. And along with the water main, we were looking at a sidewalk project. And part of the discussion is how would that sidewalk lay out? The second project being Dexter Crossing. City Council seemed to have an interest in proceeding with Dexter Crossing for upcoming road work for one of our upcoming fiscal years. So I worked with OHM and asked them to put together some information on what a Dexter Crossing road project might look like. So I've invited Patrick and Marcus from OHM to come to this meeting and start to lead us through some of the questions that need to be answered and some of the conversations that should be had to move us to the next step in each of those projects. So I'll hand it over to Patrick and Marcus unless council has any questions on either of those items to this point.
Does council have any questions before we do that? Jamie?
Yeah, just one quick one. Would this technically be moving up the Dexter Crossing earlier than was anticipated, or is it still keeping it where it was slated?
So I think fiscally, the earliest that we would likely want to do it is July 2022.
Okay, so there was no way to move it up earlier than that.
It would be difficult, especially with Third and Broad taking place this coming summer. And that project is based on federal grant funding that we've received. So that project is set, and we're in the final stages of planning for that. That's just about to go out to bid.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I don't see anybody else with their hand up. So Justin, why don't you introduce Patrick, and Marcus, whoever's going to do the presentation can do it, please.
Patrick, Marcus, who's going to take the reins?
So good evening, Council. My name is Patrick Droz with OHM, and Marcus McNamara is also with us tonight. I'll be handling more of the Dexter Crossing discussion, but we'll start with our Second Street item, which really, as Justin mentioned, the problem maybe not the problem, but the question being asked tonight is to take a look at a few of the options that we have on Second Street and help us make a decision in terms of which direction we go. We wanted to look at the whole corridor as part of knowledge that there's going to be improvements later on that may not necessarily occur as part of either the sidewalk or water main project, but still we wanted to do the exercise of looking through those options just to make sure whatever we do put in the interim is going to be work that can remain where it's at the present or wherever that elevation is. And just to make sure that we're considering any of the future uses. So with that, I'll kick it to Marcus. He's got a slide deck to go through that'll talk about some of those options.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not sure where council is at with the slideshow here, but generally we'll just say that where we put the water main is going to be dependent on what the overall plan is for the corridor. So if there's a long-term plan to have parking or bike lanes, we need to know that so we can plan for that for the corridor. We've done some preliminary analysis, and it really looks like there's not a lot of on-street parking happening currently on that stretch. So that's one thing to consider. I'm sorry, I'm flipping screens here. But we looked at that, and we see that there is some parking, obviously, with the apartments, and the businesses on the north side. Those need to be dealt with when we do a project. But for now, we're just talking about putting a water main on the south side of the street and sidewalk on the south side of the street. And so the location that needs to be set based on what the long-term vision of that corridor is. So really what we're asking council to consider tonight is, do you this corridor having bike lanes, on-street bike lanes? Do you consider this corridor having on-street parking? Or do you just consider this corridor having just two traffic lanes, which will dictate the offset of the sidewalk and the water main? So that's what we're at.
So I'll go first, and if council disagrees, you guys just tell me. I think slide number 163 is a summary of the action items that you're looking for guidance on.
163.
I can see Zach's got it. He's holding it up.
Yeah, page 163 of the packet.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, so, I think that I'm in agreement that there's no bike lanes. I think that you could have a Sharrow concept there if you wanted to have any type of identification on that pavement. I don't think there needs to be a dedicated 5-foot lane there on each side. Does anybody on council disagree with that?
I want to see sidewalks on both sides eventually.
Okay, yeah, okay, well, let me go down the list of the action items. So the next one is the on-street parking lanes. I don't think we're asking to widen Second Street to have on-street parallel parking. I think that where the perpendicular parking exists by the apartments up at Hudson, I think we incorporate that somehow. That has to be maintained.
And that would be the intent.
Zach, comment?
Yeah, this is actually a big deal for me, and having grown up in a small community that didn't have curbs and now living on a house that's on a 44-foot lot without curbs, these curbs, they would kill how I could use my property. So why I say that is 44-foot wide lot, we got a single lane driveway. That means if anyone visits, we have to go through either a massive process of how do we sort the cars, they need to park halfway around the block, or some other weird things. Right now, without the curb, which Second Street doesn't have, they can just pull onto the grass. If there's a festival, people can pull onto the grass. When I drove by there on Sunday, even though there's not historical documentation of a lot of parallel parking, I saw 2 workers doing drywall or something that were pulled off onto the curb. So I think that is an important part of character, and I've heard that from a couple of folks in the area too, not to have curbs, to have it flat except for it's absolutely necessary for drainage purposes, whether it's just the asphalt goes to the edge or it's a completely flat concrete for edge purposes. I think that's really important, and I would not vote for something with curbs as it is now.
Okay, so their proposal is to add curb, and you're saying you don't want curb. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yeah, that drastically changes the character of the area having the curbs.
Okay, but you're not suggesting we widen the pavement to have parking lanes.
Nope, I'm suggesting we have the road flat
I'll
to
call
the
you
grass
back,
so
okay?
that people can park off on the side as they need to for those rare occasions once or twice a month.
Okay. All right, and then is the other council, Jamie, I see you have your hands up.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I hope it's not too much of a digression, just to follow on what Zach is saying, because I'm new to sort of the street design thing and the plan and the history behind all of this. My understanding was some of the recent road, was curb put in on Forest by Paul? Was curb put in there or no?
No.
No. So is the general approach, is there curb in some places downtown? Like we've done it on some streets, but not others? Or is there a consistent plan about that?
Especially in as we redevelop some of these, maybe not redevelop's the right word, but repave some of these, some of the streets within the older portions of the city. Oftentimes they're basically open shoulder with swales and because that's traditionally the drainage that's been present. For instance, on the Grand Street last year, we did that project, and we took that and we did add curb. Now, interestingly, on that project, we had kind of a similar observation, is that there is some parking that kind of happens along the edge of the road, but not terribly frequently. So what we actually did in that particular instance was do more of a mountable curb that you might find in the subdivisions, which kind of provides a little bit of, I'll call it the best of both worlds, in that it keeps the road contained and helps with drainage, but it also provides an opportunity if there is a need for kind of using that shoulder space for parking, that it's there. Now, if you look at, for instance, Central Street, that was basically completed, now end to end between Main Street and Mass Road Bridge, that's all straight curb. So what we call F4 curb, which is basically 6 inches high. The difference on that particular stretch is it's a major street, and we have parking lanes on both sides of it. So that was kind of a consideration we made there. Along those lines, we're going to do the same thing on 3rd Street and Broad when that project is built later this summer. That will have, again, that we call the F4, which is a 6-inch high curb and gutter that you'll find along the edges. So
No additional parking along there, correct?
correct. There will be some parking at the mill, but it's just essentially replacing what's there.
Gotcha. Okay.
And we're going to do a little bit of work around the railroad station at the intersection of 3rd and Broad.
Thank you.
So there's, again, the council we don't have to add curb. We've added curb in places to control drainage where the shoulders have washed out. When water runs down the hill faster, the curb tends to keep the water from washing out the edge and moving gravel around. But, if the vision is not to have curb the entire length, we just need to tell them that. But I think where I was going, I don't think anybody's looking to make the street a full parking width wider. I mean, we're not looking to add parallel parking, right? And everybody's vision is still a 2-lane roadway. Is that correct? Okay, I'm thinking that too. Okay, I'm seeing Zach nod. I saw Jamie nod. Julie, why you guys on board with that?
I'm good, yes.
Yep.
Okay, and are we calling the side of the street that has sidewalk between Inverness and Hudson? Is that the west side? Yes.
South side or west side, yes.
South side or west? Okay, your PowerPoint calls it the west side, so I want to just make sure so your goal is to put sidewalk the rest of the way on that side?
That's correct. As part of the first phase of the project would be the water main project and the sidewalk on that side of the street. And the decision about curb or no curb and the sidewalk on the other side of the street could come later.
Well, except for elevation purposes. Because if we have a 6-inch change in elevation, we kind of need to know that ahead of time, don't we? Otherwise we get into weird drainage situations or elevation, or rather slopes for driveways.
That's correct. That's why we're asking this question now. So we understand what the master plan vision is. But we'll design this first phase to accommodate that future construction.
Sorry, I'm just clicking across, see if anybody's got their hands up or waving anything at me. Okay, I don't think we're adding lighting. Does anybody think we're adding lighting?
Dan had his hand up.
Oh, he did? Sorry, Dan, jump in there, pal.
One thing that I would suggest is there's going to be spots that we're going to need curb and gutter to control the stormwater. Like Hudson down both ways, and I'm sure Patrick and Marcus can help me with that. I understand not wanting the curb, but the mountable curb, it protects our roads, and we get a lot more years out of our roads with that protection with that gutter there. If you do have time when the weather gets nice and you want to walk the old part of town, you look at what we've done on Grand Street and other streets. And when you don't have that curb protecting that road, you get the garbage trucks, you get the bigger vehicles drive off the edges, and then also storm water damage. When we get a 1/2 inch or 1 inch of rain, it makes it a lot more difficult to control the gravel where it's going, and then it usually takes gravel off the road. So anyway, as we go through the process, I understand not wanting the curbs everywhere, but there is a place for them, and they do protect our roads for the long haul. Thank you.
Okay, Dan, I think, I think that you and OHM should recommend where the curb should be then. Where you think you need it the most or where it's effective for those reasons. I mean, we've done that before and I think that council would be open to seeing that. But I think we're confirming, no decorative lighting. I personally don't think we need to do the decorative crosswalks that far outside of downtown. I don't know what others are thinking.
We don't have them anyplace else, do we?
No.
And I agree with that.
Where is an example of one currently?
All along Central Street, the ones that are colored concrete are the decorative crosswalk.
Okay.
All along Ann Arbor Road, Dexter Ann Arbor Road from Kensington into downtown.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that help, Jamie?
Yep. Thank you.
So what have I missed,
Why has
Marcus?
your hand up?
I'm looking at your list. So there's no lighting, no decorative crosswalks. I think we'd want to know where the sidewalk could fit on the east side. But if you're thinking that the west side is where we already have part of it, I would design it on one side and show the future location on the east. Because eventually we'll show this to the people out there, right? I see a couple of hands. Wow. And then back to
Yeah, I just wanted to say something briefly about the crosswalks. I mean, I know that I spend a lot of time walking in this area. So I know that there really aren't a lot of them near this, but I've also been approached by residents on 2nd Street about the lack of stop sign and the speed. And I'm just wondering if we're not, if we can't put in a stop sign, if considering a crosswalk may help slow down traffic. I obviously don't have a background in this. I don't know what does or doesn't, but I just feel like I needed to say that since it's been brought to my attention by residents of the area.
I think that all of the, Marcus and Patrick, help me here, all of the streets that come into 2nd stop when they come into 2nd, right? There's a stop sign at like Dover.
Every one of them.
At
I
every
guess-
intersection, right?
Yeah, they're saying, the stretch of 2nd Street itself, like people coming in from Central, like speeding all the way down 2nd to, what is it, Hudson, where the first stop sign is?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But we also might want to think about the potential development of First Street Park there and what that would be. I don't know what the long-term plans are, extending Edison down there to that and putting sidewalks along there, but that would be a fairly common area. If you have people walking into the park, you would have a walkway there across 2nd Street there.
I think one of the things with a corridor like 2nd is obviously straight alignment. It's fairly wide open with some of the parking on the sides. That is one of the, I'll call it potential positives of going with more of a curb and gutter, is that it does have a little bit of a narrowing impact where the road feels a little tighter, and drivers take a little bit of cues from sometimes those conditions. The other thing that we could potentially do is looking at the intersections themselves. And as Councilman Cousins just mentioned, if there are particular crossings that we anticipate to be more heavily used than others, perhaps we put a little more emphasis on those, and maybe additional signage, or just making more meaningful crossings, whether that's additional pavement marking. I don't think that we would necessarily advocate for speed bumps or tables or that type of thing. If it is a concern that it requires a little more review, we can certainly do speeds to find out what the speeds are. Working with Justin and DPW, we can actually we have some devices that we can measure speeds and determine if there is a speed issue. And those are some things that we can, they're not going to really impact necessarily where the water main or sidewalk goes, but those are things that we'll kind of have in that final design consideration. That might be something we can work with Justin on and report back what we find.
Thank you. Zach?
Yep, I had a question for our engineers about the crosswalks. My understanding is the current ones we've had, these fellas, that the red portion in the middle that's stamped with the bricks is laid as part of the asphalt, and the white bands on the side are cut and then later poured in as concrete. Is that generally correct?
So the process for the decorative walks is typically we'll pave the road first, and then we'll come back in with saws and basically cut out the 7-foot wide area. And then we use that saw cut edge in addition to a full depth form on the other side to basically form those outer paver bands. And then we'll pour that middle section in with concrete. It's actually, we'll have dye and other special additives to that to give it that kind of antique finish. So it's all concrete. It's done in 3 stages. You know, what we found is that it has to get done with the project itself. If we come back and try to do those later, just because the nature of controlling traffic and the fact that basically because you're doing multiple concrete pours, it takes you know, sometimes it takes almost 2 weeks to get those constructed in place. Not sure if that answered your question.
Yes, it did, because I had seen it when it was partially in the process and it looked like the center section was still asphalt there. Yep. So I actually did take courses in street design from the urban planning, urban design perspective. And I really like to have the change in texture from the asphalt to the concrete. And that does a couple of really important things. When you're driving, you can feel and you can hear the change when you hit the little bump difference there. And so that's a cue that something happens here and I have to pay attention and someone else has it. So I would be comfortable with supporting crosswalks, but instead of having the fancy antique brick printed section in the middle, just having it a straight concrete band across. And hopefully that would help with some of the settling issues if it were just a wide piece there. I also think we ought to have it on every side of the street. I know when the diagrams are done and we just have it on, you know, the south side and not the north side, that the process is there's only one place where people are going to cross, so it's safer for everybody. But people are still going to cross there, and it's going to be more difficult. Either if they're in a wheelchair or other mobility stuff, they're forced to go a much longer distance, or they're going in a place where they're not supposed to be, where cars aren't necessarily expecting them. So I would be in favor of putting in crosswalks on every leg of intersections out there. Again, it's a mental cue that this space, there are people here as well, and cars, you have to pay attention for it at all these places.
Are we trying to build sidewalk on both sides or just one at this time?
I think we're budgeted for one sidewalk at this point. And it was bundled because of the upcoming water main work, and the fact that it would most likely impact the same side of the road. The thought was to do those both.
Okay.
A comment that of somebody who's got sidewalks the last couple of years here on 4th Street. People that live on the other side of the street just walk across the street and walk up the sidewalk or down the sidewalk. So I don't think they feel, people on one side feel that they are necessarily hurt by not having a sidewalk there. They have one on the other side that they can get to by carefully crossing the road there. And I would prefer to have sidewalks all through town, at least on one side, before we think about putting it two sides if we have to. So I'm not for the west side sidewalk.
Okay, so I think the summary for Patrick and Marcus is show us where we need curb and gutter and where it will benefit us as best we can. If there's areas that don't need it, let's try to understand where that is. no dedicated on-street parking lanes. Sidewalk on one side, some type of crosswalk feature to delineate where the crosswalks are. No lighting. That make sense? Is that good
No
feedback?
on-street bike lanes, is that correct?
No on-street bike lanes.
Okay, that's what we need to know.
I do have one other comment on lane width. This is from the National Association of City Transportation Officials. Let's see, lane widths. Let's see, historically wider travel lanes, 11 to 13 feet, have been favored to create a more forgiving buffer to drivers, especially in high-speed environments where narrow lanes may feel uncomfortable or increase potential for sideswipe collisions. Lane widths less than 12 feet have also historically been assumed to decrease traffic flow and capacity, a claim new research refutes. So there's a nice graph here that shows basically for every extra width of lane, every extra foot of lane width, vehicles naturally travel between 3 and 5 miles per hour faster. So I would prefer to have these lanes from 12 feet at least to 11 feet. And a quote here again, lane widths of 10 feet are appropriate in urban areas and have a positive impact on a street safety without impacting traffic operations. Now, there are the couple of industrial concerns on the northish side there. So if it's a bit wider there to accommodate trucks, that's good. But I think, as was mentioned, the tighter feel will naturally give a signal to drivers shooting through that corridor that, hey, you shouldn't be going that fast. So we don't have to worry about sitting a cop out there 24 hours a day.
I would say one thing, just so everybody's totally clear. The first phase of this project is just the water main replacement. And in order to put the water main in the correct location and to put the sidewalk on the west side in the correct location, we need to understand what the city's vision is for that corridor. This project does not include reconstructing the road. So that will come back before you, before any decisions about lane widths, any of that type of thing. Council will have another bite at the apple, so to speak, for that. So we just want to make sure we have the water main and the sidewalk in the correct location as part of this project. And then in the future, you will see this again.
Yep. If I may, just to follow up there, this is the first time I've seen this, so I want to make sure you get as many comments as I have now instead of later on, year, 2 years, so at least you have an idea of what I'm thinking. I do like not religiously following the back of the right-of-way for the sidewalk. I do like to see it more straighter and less meandery in general. What I would like to see is have it back enough from the street, far enough so that someone could park their car up on the grass, whether it's a completely flat curb or a rolled curb in that area. That would also provide more space so that when the streets are plowed, it doesn't push snow back up into that. And I am done. Thank you.
You're welcome, Zach. Jamie?
Yes, thanks. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't think we had talked about the sidewalk and the meandering and the trees. I guess I'm partial to, I don't know if that means we're trying to preserve trees by working the sidewalk around it. I sort of partial to that. That's it. Thanks.
Sure. Michelle?
Thank you. Just a quick reminder that your newly adopted master plan does call for an examination of land uses, building types, and streetscape on 2nd Street from Central to Hudson. And that time frame that was adopted is the 2024-2030 time frame, which I presume would fit in with the phase 2 element. Excuse me. I just didn't know if you all had remembered that.
Yeah, I'm a little unclear on what the streetscape is supposed to be on Second Street. I mean, I get the connection to First Street Park. I'm all for figuring out how to define that, but I mean, you're not turning Second Street into a mini downtown.
No, and when I use the word streetscape, it's used in a very general sense. The Planning Commission, as part of their discussion, felt it was, what's the best way I can explain it? Had potential to be an aesthetically nicer, more functional, and welcoming neighborhood road without it necessarily being a formalized streetscape like a road in the downtown. But they felt it was something that needed to be studied, and hence the reason it's identified in your plan the way it is.
Okay.
Nobody has a predetermined idea at this point.
Okay. So I guess if I jump the gun by going to the action items on 163, I apologize, Patrick and Marcus. If you're just looking for water main and the sidewalk, I think we're open to that. I thought we were more generally planning all the other stuff so we could show a picture to the people along the way. Because I mean, the next step will be you're gonna get this to a point where we're gonna share it with the property owners, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I think we're trying to show as best we can some type of vision. I'm always conflicted. I don't know whose dog that is, but
In the other room even.
I'm always conflicted by, we have an engineering standard which talks about, street widths and that kind of thing. And I'm never sure which street that necessarily applies to. And I'm okay with deviating from it, but we do need to remember this is a major street. It does have striping from Hudson to Central. It does have striping down the middle. I think we want the lanes to be wide enough that if there's a car and a bike and the bike's sharing the lane, that there's some respect there that's not going to create a problem. I don't know what number that puts on it, but I think we just have to be cognizant of that. That street generally, in my experience, I walk on it all the time, is not that busy. There's the traffic volumes on Second have got to be very, very low. I would guess if we measured them. That's not to say there's no traffic, but just, something to keep in mind, I guess, is that, we're not, I don't know what we're going to do about the speed along there. There is no stop sign from Central to Hudson. So it's sort of left up to, those people to go to follow the rules. But anyway, I guess just wanted to throw out there, I think a 12-foot, how wide is the existing road, Patrick?
I think it's about 22 feet wide.
All right, so right now we have 11-foot lanes.
Mhm.
Were you guys proposing to make it wider than that?
With the curb and gutter, we have it at 12 foot.
Yeah, okay, so that would make sense then to me. I wouldn't think you'd want to go narrower than 11.
Yeah, and I think some of the discussion about the need for parking off the edge in a more I'll call it slightly more informal sense. That's helpful to us. I think one of the things that this dialogue tonight helped us with is getting some of those ideas out there so that when we go present to residents, we're being cognizant of those with our design ideas. So maybe more of a mountable curb might be more well received. That also, the benefit of that, as Dan was mentioning, by saving the pavement, the other part of it is that we can really kind of drain the right of way right to that gutter. We don't need to do swales or ditches. It keeps all that drainage in one spot. So, with that, that's enough for us to, relative to water main and sidewalk, to move forward. And as Marcus mentioned, there's going to be another time when you'll see this about, what is specific of the road that goes back. And just to summarize and maybe a little preview to our next item, Second Street was repaved in 2014, and it's really still in fair condition. So there's really no need to do anything to the pavements right now. But as kind of the timeline that Michelle talked about, where maybe that's 6 or 10 years out, that might be the time to have this, more detailed discussion. But relative to what we're trying to do, relative to the water main and the sidewalk, the feedback received tonight is helpful for us.
Okay, why don't you talk to us about the Dexter Crossing then, Patrick?
Sure. So starting on page 165 of your packet is a memorandum from us. Just for some of our newer council people, we included a little bit of a historical background of previous projects that the city has done, really going back again to around 2014. Every year, the city does some form of infrastructure project related to the transportation system. And sometimes that's larger projects like your Central Streets, Ann Arbor Street, Dexter and Arbor Road, Baker Road, the roundabouts. Those are the bigger projects that leverage federal funding. But then we also do a series of local projects that are focused on basically the neighborhood streets throughout the city. And as part of that, working with staff, there's been an effort to try to move that focus around town. So we may work in maybe, like on a Grand Street one year, but then we're gonna go work out in, whether it's West Ridge or Huron Farms. We try to kind of move that around a little bit, just so the funding is spread amongst the community. And, relative to the pavements themselves, we look a lot of times at pavements and expect that typically for asphalt roads, a 20-year service life is pretty reasonable. And when we look at the subdivisions, a lot of those were constructed in the late 90s and early 2000s. So the subdivisions have been fine for the most part, but now they're starting to become part of the needs list. And so Dexter Crossing has always kind of been one of the subdivisions on the list, but because of the fact that there was still a lot of building going on within the subdivision, we kind of would put off some of that proposed work. While that's happened, the ratings of a few of the roads in that particular subdivision, and when I say ratings, we call them PACER ratings, which is, if you look at table 2 in the packet, page 165, there's basically 3 groupings of road conditions. There's poor, fair, and good. And it means what you would think. Good is effectively a new road, not many cracks in it, really no necessary maintenance. Fair is has some cracking, and cracking happens with roads. It's because it has a crack, and it doesn't mean that it's failing. It just needs some strategic maintenance. And then once it starts to slip into the poor, that's when those cracks become a little less manageable, and they become what we call structural, where just the road loses its stability and becomes more and more expensive to fix. So in the case of Dexter Crossing, you'll note that there are a fair number of roads within the subdivision that are kind of in that poor category. And the worst are really focused kind of in that southern central portion of the subdivision. And those are items that we've actually identified as segments A, B, and 3. That being Bristol from Wellington to Wellington, Wellington from Bristol to Carrington, and then Kingsley Circle. So working with staff, we started looking at these roads back in 2017, realizing that this was going to be an upcoming project. And so as part of that, we had done some preliminary, what we call pavement cores, where we go through and basically do almost like a small drill bit that will go down and find out how much pavement and aggregate base is underneath. And that'll tell us basically what the structure of the pavement's like, and it helps us identify what the recommended fixes are. So our recommendation in terms of this particular subdivision is to really focus again on that Bristol, Wellington, and Kingsley Circle segments, just because those particular roads are at this point beyond really any sort of rehabilitation type work. And the other part of that is that those particular roads are now in areas that are more or less fully built out. And so we don't have to worry about the construction traffic impacts that had previously been concerning in those areas. So with that, I know I threw a lot of information at you. I can open it up to questions, or if there's any other items that you wanted some clarification on.
Justin, are you basically looking for concurrence or, gentle nod of the head from council that this work would be programmed best for starting July 2022?
Yes, and if those segments, specifically those included in the memo on page 147, appear to fall in line with what you were thinking, then I think the next step would be to have Patrick Marcus come back with a formal scope of services for those segments.
Okay, thank you, Jamie.
Yep, thanks. I think I have a more general question. So I appreciate the background on the general lifespan of asphalt. That was a question I had. So thinking 20 years. Is it, all else being equal, the usage of the road stays the same. Is it a constant rate of aging or failure typically? Each year equates, to the similar sort of wear and tear, or is it like suddenly you notice a big jump?
It is linear early on, but as you start to transition, from the 6 to 7, the 6 to the 5 to the 4 to the 3, the decay can really kind of almost go much quicker. And so one of the strategies that we try to recommend is to really kind of catch the road before it gets into that more quick decay. And so really, if you were to go back to the 2014, 15, and 16 timeframe, you'll see we spent a lot of money on preventative maintenance. And what that was intended to do was really try to save some of these roads before the impacts of freeze thaw really set in. And so a lot of the roads that were looked at back then, we brought them up, but they've really kind of remained fairly stable. So you'll go on those segments and you'll still find that there's cracks, but they're more serviceable. So there have been a few segments that have slipped further, and the reality is that we have these data points and we can kind of use that to make assessment about what the next fix would be. And I look at in Huron Farms, there's a few road segments that we had done some treatment on that are slipping, back into that poor range. So we look at that as maybe that next treatment. But all the roads that were really touched with the heavy maintenance program from 2014 and 15, again, like the Edisons and Dovers, Inverness, also the industrial park, those have remained relatively stable. So there's a good strategy of a mixture of fixes. You can do the full reconstructions at the right time, but at the same time, if there's an opportunity to jump back and maybe do a little more preventative maintenance, that makes sense. And I would point out that the city has done every year basically a crack seal program to really try to maintain the existing roads that we have in that fair condition. So that's why you see that every year as part of the bidding projects that happen.
So is this a typical distribution then? I mean, I looked at this and was like, wow, we have a lot of roads. Like there's a lot of red. I mean, but I guess you probably, to manage your money, you're gonna want some green, some yellow, and some red, and you're just gonna cyclically work through it. So is this a pretty typical distribution of roads, or this is not concerning, this is expected, or?
It's what we look at overall is the score of the system, and what happens year to year. And I actually don't have the report with me today, but we could give that to Justin for future packets.
Okay.
As part of the PACER rating that we do every 2 years, we kind of look at trends, and we first of all, we want it stable and improving. And that's been the case, since we've been doing this over the last, probably 10 years or so. So that shows that, the investment that's being made in the system is maintaining it. It's keeping up with things. What happened in 14 was that there was not a large, but I think a bond was taken out, if I remember correctly, to really advance some of these projects in the downtown area. And those roads all used to be all red. I mean, it was a lot of twos down in that particular area. So it took a more significant investment to bring those back up. But they've been very stable. And you see a lot of 7s and 6s, and a few 5, like Second Street's a 5, but that's been fairly stable from that perspective.
Well, and Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's also a lot of communities that don't have a dedicated road millage like we do. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of communities that rely solely on their Act 51 monies that they get from the state, and there are consequences to that. I would say that we're in a lot better position than a lot of other communities because we have a dedicated road funding source, and we utilize that to its fullest potential.
One last question, and it's kind of a tangential to this conversation. I've just been noticing, I think where it's labeled 3, like Dan Hoey at Dexter and Arbor Road. I don't know if it's getting potholy or what, but I guess, so it's just, I guess I have a general question. What is the city's approach to potholes or when large chunks of road are missing? I just don't know. What?
That's a Dan question.
Oh, okay.
When we notice areas like that, we have a cold patch substance that we can put in there in the winter. We also have a bobcat with a mill on the front of it that we go through when the summer months and when they're making asphalt. So temporarily we see something now, we go through and fill it with what I call bubblegum asphalt. And then we make a list up, and then when the asphalt's being made, we go through. If they're not huge repairs, we'll do them ourselves. We did quite a few last year at the end of summer, fall. Okay. We have a hot box that we can go get 3 yards of asphalt, keep it warm till we get it back. We have been performing that for a good many years now. Patrick had mentioned the industrial park. We went in and made some significant repairs prior to the asphalt. We took out all the Travis cracks with our mill and hired a Vector truck before we ended up coming in and doing an overlay on the industrial park.
Okay, thank you everyone for all the information. It's helpful.
Okay.
That happens in Ann Arbor. They just call it cobblestone effect.
Okay, if everybody's okay, I'd like to move on to L4. Hopefully there's enough guidance to keep the road projects moving.
Yes, thank you.
I believe we do.
Okay. L4 is consideration of the medical marijuana recommendation from the Planning Commission, starting on page 171 of our packet.
I'll move that is noted in suggested motion 1 on page 177 to approve.
Okay.
Text amendment 2020-21-12.
Okay, so suggested motion number 1 on page 177, motion by Michelle's.
I'll second.
Second by Griffin. Okay, any discussion required? Michelle or Mike, anything to add?
Nothing to add. These amendments are coming to you in light of inquiries staff have received about primary caregiver activity in the city, as well as recommendations by the city attorney in light of the Michigan Supreme Court ruling in a case DeRuyter versus Bryan Township this past April. The court ruled that a municipality can regulate Michigan medical marijuana activity as a land use so long as the municipality doesn't prohibit or penalize cultivation. and doesn't impose regulations that are unreasonable or consistent with state law. So as you may recall, the city actually removed its previous zoning ordinance provisions regarding medical marijuana activity as a home occupation in light of that same case and the Michigan Court of Appeals ruling on it. Now that the Michigan Supreme Court has overruled that decision, the provisions proposed here mirror Byron Township's ordinance that the court upheld. In short, these amendments would allow, and just a quick definition of terms, under the Medical Marijuana Act, a primary caregiver is a person who has agreed to assist with a patient's medical use of marijuana. A patient or qualified patient is a person who's been diagnosed by a physician as having a debilitating medical condition, again, is defined by state law. And a registered primary caregiver may assist no more than 5 qualifying patients at a time and may keep no more than 12 plants per patient. This amendment has no impact on the city's opt-out status for recreational marijuana or the city not opting in to allow medical marijuana facilities. So in short, the amendments would add new definitions, prohibit qualified patients from picking up medication from the caregiver's residence, and would require the caregiver to deliver marijuana to qualified patients. So that's the short summary. And does anyone have any questions?
Thanks, Mike. I'm not seeing any hands up. So in the interest of understanding, Ms. Jones, please call the vote to approve the recommendation from the Planning Commission.
Yes. Cousins,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Michelle's,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Keo.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Motion carries. New business item L5 is consideration of the extension or continuation of a social district. Starting on page 179 of our packet. And if we want, Michelle, do you want to just give an intro if no one's ready to make a motion on anything, or do you want to?
Michael's going to provide you the updates, Sean.
Okay, Mike.
Sure. So as council will recall, on October 26, council adopted a resolution establishing the social district, which included provision that the operation will be seasonal and will be terminated in February 28th, 2021. The deadline was established in part because, as discussed earlier, Dairy Queen will be reopening on March 1st and requires the parking lot to be reopened for vehicle access. On February 4th, the state allowed food and beverage service establishments to reopen with indoor dining at the 25% capacity or 100 persons maximum, whichever is less. And additionally, those establishments must be closed between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. So been considering how to continue the social district. Michelle outlined some considerations in her memo. The first of which is that staff has received an email from Mr. Will Moore, an emergency medicine physician, who's requesting that the city continue to operate the social district for the spring. His concerns center on the fact that the pandemic is still with us, and that indoor bar and restaurant services will not be able to still run the risk of not necessarily be able to increase their customer safety, And the continuation of the social district would provide customers with an outdoor alternative while providing businesses with the additional support and space for patrons that they need right now. The second consideration is the tent. As Michelle mentioned, there's not enough room in the existing parking lot to reopen the spaces and allow the tent to stay in its current location. In Dr. Muir's email or in the packet, the Broad Street pedestrian alley was proposed. Unfortunately, that space isn't wide enough for the current tent, and with construction underway at 8093 and 8099 Main, the alley will need to be closed for construction anyway. The other option is considering some sort of additional activation of the consumption area 2, which is located around the plaza. Fire pits were an item that were proposed for activating the space. However, and there is still funding available if some sort of effort is made to establish that location as make it more attractive. However, the effort maintaining the current consumption area has been challenging, especially after snow events, both for staff and the businesses who volunteered to help with snow removal, with many of the businesses being understaffed as it is. Michelle has also reached out to business owners to ask for opinions about continuing the social district. Some of the responses include a response from the Beer Grotto saying that having more outdoor seating and parking spots would be useful for us, would allow businesses like the pub and diner to make use of outdoor seats. Erratic Ales mentioned that they have sent approximately 75 cups sales that have been taken to the district since it opened. The majority were during Ice Fest. Otherwise, they make 3 to 5 to-go sales per week. They support the social district continuation, but have concerns about capacity. The other response was from Aubrey's. In short, they declined to participate going forward and aren't interested in the continuation. Michelle, I know some of those responses came in very recently, so perhaps that's something we could forward. But that was the summary of Michelle's memo in the packet.
Mike, when can we consider what we did last summer where we set up barricades in the street?
That I think is something that will, for Michelle to
May 1st.
Yes.
May 1st. Okay.
Yeah. What's driving that date?
Basically, potential snow events. Basically, May 1st being the date where likely snow events drop off significantly.
That seems like a long time.
April is
a long time.
too unpredictable. Sorry, Paul.
No, that's all right. I said a long time from now or from now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that seems like a long time from now to me, frankly.
So we can go earlier. We just run the risk of it snowing and the DPW needing to plow and running into issues with barricades.
I don't know when it's going to snow or when it's going to end snowing, but I remember on May the 2nd, I was coaching girls softball, and flakes were coming down as big as $50, and they were very upset that I didn't let them quit and go in to warm up. But it does snow in May. We ended up with about 1 inch of snow on the ground. I don't know if that made a difference at all, but it melted about as fast as it hit too, so.
Well, that was gonna be my other point, is if it does come down, it's not gonna be there very long.
I don't disagree with you. May has a certain amount of comfort with it. April is really unpredictable. If council is comfortable, it's not something I've discussed with DPW. I'd really want to get their input. But if I don't personally have an opposition to April, it just is the unpredictability with snow events and the potential of accumulation. It's just greater in April than May.
My point is, I just think that we should start talking about it sooner than, I mean, that to me is the next progression in terms of the thought and making places accessible. I mean, the social area is fine, and it might have gotten some use on certain days here and there and whatever, but there's definitely more people that would enjoy sitting outside on any day that they have an opportunity to, I think, in front of the restaurants like we had it set up before. And I know that's not going to be able, there will be days where it's rainy in the spring and days where it won't get used and days where it might snow also. But generally speaking, I think that's a better, there's more people that like to use that, I think, than the social district, frankly.
Is council looking to have the expanded outdoor seating in parking spaces on Main as early as April 1st?
Well, it's our own restriction. I mean, it's our own restriction is what you're telling me, right? I mean, we could do it right now if we wanted, right?
That's true.
Okay, I mean, I'm not advocating that we do it right now. I'm just, but I'm,
well, yeah, technically, yes. The reason I ask is the revised outdoor seating or outdoor service area text amendment is going to Planning Commission for public hearing a week from today. And baked into that is the ordinance that council or that we would need in order to continue to allow that expanded seating. So I would make tweaks to it based on whatever dates council's looking at starting that expanded seating.
Jamie, I see you have your hand up. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Sure thing. Yeah, so you might recall that I voted this down a while ago, whenever this first came and I was on council. I guess I had the sense that, generally it was what was needed. So when I did some research, it seemed like some communities were adopting this as sort of like this permanent, like, cultural vision for their downtown, and it's something that they were going to be having on and on and on and on, and it wasn't just addressing this COVID issue right now. And so that didn't seem consistent with what we were trying to do. To me, it seemed like what we were trying to do is to help businesses who had limited outdoor seating. And along those same veins, there were these 4 businesses: Erratic Ales, Aubrey's, Dexter Pub, and the Beer Grotto. And they reached out to Michelle today to get a sense of how often each of these establishments have been able to use the social district, given it was sort of an experiment to figure, is this an effective way of achieving that end? And my sense, based on some of the numbers that Mike provided on tonight's call, so for example, Erratic Ales, if they were really only able to make 75 out of 1,000 labels, primarily due to the Ice Fest, it seems like it was minimally helpful to them. They do have a pretty extensive outdoor seating area already. Aubrey's is in a similar situation. I think they have the most existing outdoor seating prior to that. And if they're indicating they don't want to participate in it again, Dexter Pub, the information I got today was that they maybe have they're not successfully permitted for whatever reason. They haven't followed through on all of the steps of getting Michelle the information she needs. And my guess is that's because they're able to meet their needs by having the tent that they have erected in that parking behind them. So to me, it comes across as that it's the Beer Grotto. I would guess, who's been able to get the most use out of the social district, given the, proximity of the social district and that tent to their business. And so, I don't know how this is equitable to the other businesses. And, it could be fine to extend the social district and leave things the way they are in the event that the other businesses might be able to take advantage of it. Snow removal was the concern that, made us forego the parklets in the first place, to trying to get things off the main street. Snow removal continues to be a problem even in the social district as it is. So it just seems like that's going to be a problem no matter what. The social district didn't really fix the problem of snow, and it didn't really fix the problem of all these businesses being able to serve, because it seems like really only maybe one business took great advantage of it to the extent that they want to extend it. So I guess I'm not necessarily, I don't see any reason to extend to the consumption area too, to like develop that. That doesn't seem appealing to me at all. One thought I had is, again, given that it seems like it's the beer grotto that's struggling for this outdoor space, is, and maybe it's a compromise between a parklet on Main, can we do some parklet where, it's just those parking spaces that are immediately adjacent to that sidewalk, adjacent to the beer grotto. So you just take the half of it and you don't erect a tent, but you just do something where they're able to essentially extend their outdoor seating, and it's just on that half of the parking lot. And I think Michelle maybe mocked something up, and I don't know if it's something only that I saw in the email she sent, where maybe it looked like you could have four tops, so 16 people, 4 groups of 4 sitting in that area. So then to me, the question becomes, okay, is that something that still is part of the social district, that any of these businesses could send somebody there or serve, to the to-go things there? Is it some sort of a deal you strike with the beer grotto because you're trying to be equitable if it's public parking, and do they pay a small amount of money and then we just let them access it? And because the other thing with the social district, it seemed like there was the serving complication of, well, if you're in the social district, you need the cup with the special label, but if you're in a regular outdoor seating, then you can have this regular cup. So I don't like, is it just easier for the businesses if the beer grotto just gets a little bit of extra outdoor seating? And I don't know how you make that equitable or how you make that work, but and I would be in favor eventually of the parklets for all businesses who are interested in having it, whether it's retail or food service, alcohol or not, getting them the access as soon as it makes sense, and isn't a detriment to, I guess, snow removal considerations, whenever that would be. Anyways, I'm throwing a lot of things out there. So in short, is there a possibility of doing a limited parklet in the existing parking lot that's just half of it? Does it need to stay part of the social district? Is it something that's just for the beer grotto? How does it work for the other businesses? Throwing that all out there.
So Michelle, is your proposal, well, when does the current social district that we approved end?
It will be, it ends the evening of February 28th. So it runs through the 28th of February. It doesn't operate starting March 1st. So the district goes through February 28th. On March 1st, it's not open.
The entire thing is done.
Correct.
Okay. I was trying to remember, and did we put those dates in the management plan? Because they aren't in the resolution.
Yes.
That's where it was in the, okay, that's okay.
Yes.
I didn't go back and look at it. Okay.
If you would like to see a markup of the smaller consumption area 1 without tents, but just tables that Jamie had mentioned, we can share the screen so you could see that.
Okay.
I think Mike's working on that right now.
Can you see it?
It's coming up now, yep. So you can see all the social district boundaries would be the same, but the blue line is the new area for the water well barricades, so that the area is protected. It's the same length as it was with the tent. It's just not as wide. If the time frame for the social district is expanded, all of the eligible businesses, the 4 that we have, could continue to send people there. But like Jamie said, and like Phil admitted, Beer Grotto is the beneficiary. It's not that we've picked a winner or loser. We tried to do the best for our businesses based on the geographic layout of our city and our businesses. Excuse me. So that's what that shows there.
I don't know if Dan's able to comment. I know when you guys were earlier, way in the beginning, talking about, we're taking these things down and snow removal and getting snow around. I don't know if Dan or anybody has comments about how that may or may not impact current or future snow removal plans. Is that help? Is it make it worse? Is it the same?
Well, it makes it a little bit better because it's not on a road per se. It's not on Main Street. So if we tried to put the barrels or the out on Main Street, say April 1st, and we had a snowstorm, it'd be significantly harder for us to maintain that area. We still have the issue of getting the snow out of the barricade area, to a spot that we could get in, and like Butch helped Sean that one day get that snow out of there. There's not going to be a lot of room except on either end to throw it if we did have a snow event. So it would be a significantly easier to maintain being in that parking lot with snow.
Yeah, I guess the question I'm trying to ask, and I'm not doing a good job of asking it, I guess, is, if the snow falls in the outdoor seating areas that we had, the parklets, as if you want to call those, that we established under the emergency ordinance that we passed. I mean, I don't think anybody's asking the DPW to get it out of there any different than they got it out of the social area. I mean,
correct.
The only snow that Butch removed was the snow that I threw over the barricades into a pile, and he just dragged that away that was on the outside of the pile.
It's not the snow inside a parklet. It's the fact that as DPW has to plow Main Street, the force of the snow removal could move the barricades, which could create a safety hazard or a problem, in that if those barricades move, could they damage any of the seating? Does DPW then have to go back and rearrange it? It just didn't seem like a safe or efficient thing at the time to continue doing through the winter.
Sean, if it's a significant snow like we had, it's kind of like driving down 94 where they got the barricade, they got the concrete blocks, being on Main Street. We'd have to, you just can't keep piling it up there. But we're not referring to a significant snow amount. But we still got to have somewhere to put the snow. And we can't keep pushing it up against some barricades if it was out on Main Street, obviously.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hadn't heard anybody say May 1st for the seating is the question I wanted to understand.
Okay.
If that was said before, I missed that, because I've been asked that question a lot. When are we returning to having outdoor seating again? And I don't know that I hadn't heard that date. Let me say it that way. So
normally, Sean, people start putting their seating areas out in May on the sidewalk.
I know, Michelle, and most of the time they bring them in long before we let them keep them out last year.
Correct. But that's why I am anticipating May 1st. But if it's nothing that council has said, it's more of an anticipation based on previous years' pattern of when people would put sidewalk furniture up.
I don't know if it'd be helpful or not, Michelle, but we keep all the records of all the participation 365 days a year, it'd be really easy for us to go back at our records and look at April, if that's something that you wanted some data on how much snow we get in April, if that helps at all.
Don't bet on it anytime.
Okay, well, I'm going to assume that we haven't had a motion for the extension or against. So is there any action necessary tonight? Or do we just let this thing expire and figure out what the next step is? All right, seeing no motion, we'll move on to L6. That means that the social district is going to end on the 28th and or before, or whenever it makes sense to take stuff down. Okay, new business item L6, discussion of work session dates for the conflict of interest training. Justin, I'll turn this back to you.
Sure. So in the last couple of packets, I provided a potential work session date spreadsheet. I made some updates based on previous conversations that we had at previous council meetings. But since there are some topics that require making invitations to folks for presentations, I wanted to include this as an item to get a little bit more formal feedback from council on these dates and make sure that some of these dates work, so that I can send those invitations out and get those dates set. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts or any dates that are proposed that don't work for them. I know Zach has said in the past that Saturdays generally don't work.
Not until May.
May 1st?
In one of the
Okay, so there's two dates thrown out there in the packet: March 10th for the conflict of interest work session, and the 29th, which is a fifth Monday, for the all committee meetings.
Correct.
Hearing no objections, I would say you set both dates. And those that can participate. Justin.
Sounds good to me.
If I'm speaking on behalf of anybody unintentionally, let me know. I think I'm not hearing council object to that, so.
Yep.
Okay. We had moved K1 down to after L6. So we are now on K1, which is consideration of city offices. And then we have a new business item 7 that sort of goes along with that at the end of the, after that discussion. But please keep in mind that council has the ability to discuss any specifics related to any property purchase in closed session. There is a closed session on the agenda, should we choose to utilize it. But why don't we begin with letting Justin just review the information that he's put into the packet. I had asked him to put information in regarding how bonding works and how noticing of bonding works a little bit. So Justin, I'll let you go over that a little bit and introduce the memo that you prepared and your thoughts, and then we can take it from there.
Sure, and I don't know how much detail you want me to get into, but as Sean said, I did include, there's quite a bit of compilation that took place between the last packet and this packet. So one of the major questions that kind of came out of the last meeting and the tours that were held was, number one, what is the city's financial position? And so we went into quite a bit of detail about current millages, current fund balance information, current outstanding potential bond options. We also reached out to our bond advisors to get a number of different scenarios for different levels of bonds that could potentially be sought, along with the process for noticing and issuing bonds. I don't know if anybody has any questions on any of the information on any of those topics that were presented. And I know there was a ton of information in here, and not all of it is necessarily easily digestible. But if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to tackle those first.
Amy?
Thanks. Yeah, and I followed up with Justin with some questions via email, and I wanted to thank him for getting back to me. I'm still working on going through that. I think the only comment I wanted to make on maybe the general process is I'd asked for a copy of the notice for the bonding that we did that's mentioned there, the DPW bond. I think it comes from 2006. Because pardon me, I wasn't around here then. So
Right.
even if I had been, maybe I wouldn't have remembered it. So it does say in there, the amount not to exceed $2,800,000 in one or more series for the purpose of paying all or part of the cost of acquiring, constructing, installing, and equipping various capital improvements in or serving the village, including without limitation, the West Side Connector, Park, Mill Pond Restoration, Mill Pond Sediment Management, Public Works Facility, Public Safety and Village Offices, replacement and improvements. Anyways, I was curious what the language was, because if the question is, do we have to repost notice or not, I wanted to make sure that we had at least made some reference to the potential use for city offices, which we did. But I think still having said that this was made in 2006, I guess I don't really know where it falls. I think my preference would be to renotice, because that's, I don't know, 15 years ago. But anyways, I don't really know what the process is or what's typically done. That's the only thing of what I've been able to digest so far that stuck out at me.
Sure, and from our bond consultants, we do have the ability to basically bid those bonds if we so choose. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have to. I mean, I would imagine that we could go back through the full noticing process even for that portion.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a council decision.
Mm-hmm.
And your level of comfort with how you feel that the public might respond to taking one action versus another
or the other. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, so I mentioned under my comments earlier in the meeting that, I was pretty excited about having toured that facility. We've kicked around the different options. We've discussed many different locations, and I've said before that I think that the 3045 Broad option is a good one that we should be considering. But frankly, this one I think has risen to the top for me. I know it's not in downtown, and I'm going to say I don't think that that's the first criteria that we should be concerned with. I think that this property has character beyond which we could build. I think that it's got plenty of storage. I think that it's uniquely located between our other two facilities, our wastewater treatment plant and our public works facility. It can be a resource for our wastewater treatment plant, water and sewer department employees that don't have their own kitchenette or break room or that type, if you will. I know that there's a lot of space there. There's probably some space on the west side that is not quite perfectly defined for use. But the counter to that is that the other 2/3 of it is as close to being ready for use as we're probably going to find on the open market. And the cost per square foot is a lot less than we're gonna pay to build. And I know there's details related to how would we pay for it? You know, do we bond for a portion? Do we pay cash for a portion? I don't think, my message today to all of you would be, we don't have to figure all of that out necessarily today. I think that it's in our best interest to go into closed session, discuss a potential purchase agreement with some conditions that give us, 90 days or something. And we probably have to put a little bit of money down, but it's not probably a lot. An earnest money deposit, I guess is what it's called, to hold this. And it's a similar process that we used to buy the property on Dexter Ann Arbor Road. That would give us time to implement L7, which is on the agenda, which is getting our architect engaged to look at some things like, elevators or counters, lobby areas, ADA compliance, whatever it might be that we want them to look at. But I think this is a very, very prudent opportunity for us. We should take the step to make an offer on this with the condition of 90 days due diligence, which means we can, basically change our mind if we want to 90 days down the road. But I would hate to see us not engage in a discussion over this. And I think this is really a wonderful opportunity. And I'll leave it. I've got my thoughts on price. I've got my thoughts on other conditions, of which I'll save if council supports the idea of going into closed session to talk about that. But I really think that we could start the ball rolling a little bit towards a very solid evaluation of a really, really good opportunity. And Justin's memo talks about, what staff thinks of it. I think our staff is fully supportive of this, and not just the ones that might use it all the time, but the other ones that saw it and that are part of the team too. And this is a very good opportunity for us. Jamie?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I guess just for the benefit of, members of the public who are listening or the media, I suppose I, would want to second a lot of things that you've said that, for the limited amount of time that I've been part of the discussion, it seems like, there've been, I don't know, like competing priorities, but different things that have risen to the top for people when it's come to city facilities in general, whether it be having some historic element to it or some immediate proximity downtown. Again, I think like in any house hunt search, you're not going to find everything on your list. And so you're going to decide what's a reasonable trade-off. I think it's a really cool building. I really like that it has that historic tie to Dexter. I think that, will likely resonate with a lot of people. Something else we've talked about, and, not to conflate this conversation with the fire station, but just, I think it's important to mention that something that's come up in that conversation is, talking about wants versus needs. And it seems clear to me that I think this, more than meets the needs expressed for city offices. And I think in a lot of great ways. And in some cases, I think even some of what's offered is something that I would maybe consider to be a want. For example, having windows in every office. I think there are a lot of people who don't have those conditions, and I'd be happy to be able to provide that to city staff, especially when the cost is what it is relative to what we've seen. So I think it's an exciting opportunity for those reasons. I will say that's probably an area of town that I don't even know, I've been to a handful of times. And one time I was out on a run and only happened to cross there and really had no idea where I was or what was back there. But I'm sure people will come to recognize it. We'll get some cute signs or something directing people. I think parking is going to be a great plus. I mean, I know people have different thoughts about parking and how easy it is to park downtown or not park downtown. That's one concern I maybe had about potential at 8140 is it seems really congested there anyways. And you just think about people who are coming to, do business at the city offices. I would want to make it as easy as possible for them to come. Many times I've gone, I've had our kids with us and or there's a stroller or something, people with accessibility issues. So I think that's a real plus. There's the potential of I don't know if it's the barn or that. Anyway, so there's a lot of space. It's cool space. Like you said, it's practically move-in ready. One question or thing that I think is worth considering, given that it does so exceed the original space needs assessment, is there any way that we can potentially monetize some part of the building or structure or property? Is that anything people would be interested in doing? It wasn't clear to me. I mean, so I think there were like the three parts of the building. The first part seemed, so clearly the office space. The second part seemed so clearly the council chambers. And the third part maybe, was less clear maybe what you could do in those spaces. Even something like, and I don't know that other places do this at all either. They probably just have dedicated council chambers. But it's, that's a space that would be sitting vacant a lot of time. Not to say you want to be like doubling up and sharing uses, but I don't know, just something that I would like to think about, given if it is more than enough space, is there something we can do to lease for some other public purpose that is, adding value to whoever that might be and adding value to the city, and if it's arts, if it's, I'm not sure, just something I wanted to throw out there to kind of think about.
Yeah, and I think it's good to think about that, Jamie. I guess I'm going into this eyes wide open that, with this perspective of that space, we don't always have to figure it out on day one, but I would be open to all those considerations.
Mm-hmm.
I think Zach, you were up next, and then we'll do
Okie doke. I'll start with a highly technical question for Manager Breyer on the interest rate on attachment 10 and attachment 11 are off in a manner, or they're different in a manner that causes significant compounding differences. Would you be able to speak to where those different rates came from? Is it
Tell
the
us what
amount
page,
of the bond?
identify the page, will you please, Zach?
Yes, page 77 and page 79.
Thank you.
So as to why those interest rates are what they are, I would have to reach out to our bond counsel,
Okay.
or bond advisor. I know that the general increasing of the interest rate over time is unique, I believe, to the 20-year bond scenarios. Exactly why, why is it 2.3% in 2041? I know those are just generally estimates, but why does it increase like that in the manner that it does? I'd have to request an opinion from the bond advisor.
Okay. Well, for next one, and it wasn't necessarily the increasing. It's one starts at 1.350, the other starts at 1.70.
It might be the amount of the bond.
Okay.
One is for 2 million, one is for 9.9. And the thought is that maybe there's more risk with 9.9 than with 2.
All right. I will jump to my large picture or large view. Is that this is definitely worth investigating. I believe there are so many things that we don't know right now, though. The space is 56% bigger than what the needs assessment for city offices said, excluding the outbuilding. So we need to have a plan to figure out how we manage that. We need to make sure that we can afford the building and not just purchasing it, but maintaining it. And I always think back to the story of my freshman high school English teacher who bought a 4-door Jaguar on a fire sale from a guy who just got divorced and wanted to spite his wife. So he bought that car super cheap, but insurance the fancy gas and parts for a Jaguar are really expensive, and he only had it for 2 years and sold it because he couldn't maintain that. So we need to make sure that we can take care of this building. There's a lot of siding to paint and keep in order. I'm very excited that item L7 is exploring portions of that. I would be supportive of placing earnest money for this, but I would like it to be longer term so that we can answer more of these questions. I don't fully feel comfortable about using a previous notice for bonds for this, even though we can do it. It doesn't quite feel right to me. And I guess one more technical question. I'd like to try to get them out of the way. I noticed in here it mentioned timeline for November bond election. We have the opportunity to put it on an August election date too. Is that correct?
I would believe so.
All right. And I would assume many of these things we could get ahead of time before an election so that we're ready to go the day after, essentially. Not all, but many.
I would think you'd want to have a lot of the information up front before, leading into the election.
All right, so I guess summary is I'm supportive of continuing to investigate this. There's a lot we still need to do to make sure it is going to be a good fit for us. And I support bundling this in with 9.9 million bond to do this and the fire station and get all our facilities sorted out at once. I'm good. Thank you.
Wah?
Yeah, I guess I don't really know. Sorry, I'm feeling really like detached from this because of my tech issues tonight. So I'm trying to get over that, but it's been difficult. I can't see anybody. I can't, it's just been frustrating. I guess I just want to say, like, I definitely support continuing down the path of trying to make this happen for us. I think that this is a space that checks the most amount of our boxes that, on any of the ones that we've looked at. I think that it's, it's a space that also, it has room for growth. It provides us with an opportunity to not just solve the city office and council chambers issues, but there's obviously room for other parts of the city government to use it for other purposes. And also there's, space for collaboration with other community groups and using the space and things like that. I guess I also, I don't know how others feel about this, but the historic aspect to me is really, really cool and exciting, and obviously hard to find in this community just because of how built out we are and, things that are being used already. So I just feel like to pass this up would be a shame, and we would end up putting it on our list of regrets. I really believe that. And so I don't know what needs to happen from a technical standpoint in this meeting right now to keep this conversation going, but I would like to do that. So I guess that's what I have to say about that.
Well, I think if council is looking to keep the conversation going and talk more specifics about what a purchase agreement would be, we would need to go into closed session to do that. We can move the closed session up on the agenda to do that. Zach?
And
It just never came down. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. That's okay. I just want to make sure. And Paul's pencil waving.
Okay, am I next?
Yes, sir, please.
Thank you.
If was done.
I mean, I guess I'm done. I would like to make whatever motion needs to be made to continue this discussion. So I guess if that's to move to a closed session to discuss it, then that's what I would like to do. So sorry that I don't know the technical aspect of how to do this very well, but
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, let me give every council member a chance to talk here in open session. So I'll go to Paul and then see if Julie wants to say anything, and then we'll come back to you and you can help us with the motion to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Cousins, thanks for waiting.
Well, you're welcome. You know, I got this. I'm certainly familiar with that site. Used to buy a lot of lumber there over the years. And I was I think I was invited to 3 different events there when they had when MedHub finished it off, and saw the opportunity for some pretty good parties there. Okay, because that's what they were into. That's why you have a lot of kitchens there and a lot of activity that relates to that section. I was very happy that they saved part of the historical portion of it. So that felt good because I'm kind of into that with the activity I've done in Gordon Hall. But there's a few things that I would like to express. First of all, as Zach mentioned, it is considerably more than anything that we had talked about for that, even if we decide we could use some of the things in the future. I guess I'm a little intrigued with Jamie's comment of what else we could use it for and substitute, you know, other businesses uses of, you know, in that area there. So that should be explored too. But one of the things about it is it's very long, and it's one of the things that we have heard, and I want to make sure that we do think about this, is when we have heard from the staff that there's not security of our records and stuff, that would have to be a priority to me to make sure that even though we're now using it for other things, that couldn't be broken through. So we'll have to come up with a process for that. That's an important part for me. So even you're going to take some thought process of how that's done. The other thing is that you know, if we can argue on one side that we have a fire hall that's too big for our needs, I think I could argue on this side that this building is too big for our needs as well. I counted 14 offices in the front part. We'll have to have more staff hired to fill half of them. So we're going to have some offices that either they'll be empty or they'll be filled with new staff members. I don't know what we plan for that, but we have some budget limitations and all of those things as well. So the front half could easily be used for what we wanted for it doesn't answer our questions about city council meetings. I realize that. I think that will have to be modified. That room will have to be modified a little bit. There are 3 large posts in there. There'll have to be some unique designing so that we could have permanent seating in there for the council. And so I think that's one of the things that we have to think about. So I'm willing to have a period of time to explore that. I guess the question was, when you look at the flyer that they sent out, it says for sale or lease. Was any discussion talked to them about what the lease arguments would be? I mean, the lease arrangements would be? Justin?
We did not talk to them about leasing.
Okay.
Based on the conversation at the last council meeting, it sounded like council was shying a little bit away from potential lease or rent options.
Well, that may have had something to do with some of the types of things that they were looking at too. So I'll cast that aside as your reason, but that's to me, you know, we should at least explore what that looks like and have that as a piece of information that we can deal with. The other thing about this piece of property is that we really got to realize how big it is, and maintenance on it is going to be a whole different picture. You know, we've been spoiled in the bank building there. When there's a problem, we call them up and they fix it. It may take a little longer than we want for an air conditioner or this or that, but that has worked out. But when you get a building that big, I can use the library as an example. They have a full-time maintenance person. That full-time maintenance person that runs the library, that's larger than this. But if you add the other building onto it, no matter what that, there would be something that would have to be done. And it's a building that's not made out of stone or brick, and it has to be painted, and there's a lot that goes into that. So I think I would like to know what the present maintenance cost would be, estimated maintenance cost would be to have that, whether we have to have a part-time or a full-time person to do that, because I don't think we have enough staff to be able to do that now in the various departments, the two other departments, either water or the Kurtz department. The other thing is that we have no idea of what the energy costs are for this building. And I would definitely want all the information we can get from the present owners on that cost. That's a big building. And you gotta realize that it's gotta heat it in the wintertime, and you gotta cool it in the summertime. And if we have extra space there that we don't need, that's gonna have to be, figured out how it's gonna be done. Back to the maintenance of it, that doesn't include the cleaning either. And I surely hope that we don't saddle the staff there for the cleaning process, whether it's bathrooms or whether it's the sweeping and vacuuming of that building, and it has to be done on a regular basis as well. So there's some maintenance costs there that we're going to have that are much larger than our spots that we have right now. I need all those figures to make sure that I can make a wise decision on that building. And I would personally not vote for it unless we have an elevator. I think that's throws it in the face of those who are handicapped, and that those that we say, well, sure, our staff can walk upstairs now, but you don't know who we're going to hire in the future that may not be able to get that, or may have a change in their present health issues. So I think we have to think about having an elevator there and what that cost would be, and where it would be. Will it destroy the look of the building if you put it inside, or is it going to be outside, and will that make a difference there? The other thing that I think is that I would be happy to look at any other usages of that building if it would be compatible for people that we feel that we could use in there. I know somebody threw out the senior center. Well, I don't think it's compatible for a senior center, and I have had only one brief discussion with Mr. Carson. He says, I don't want to even talk about it until somebody comes from the council and asks, or the city, and asks me if we would take a look at it. So I don't think that the seniors could fit into that space. It's not big enough for what they need, and it's not designed the way they need it, with smaller rooms for some of their activities and other spaces there. The use of that large room could be used. I know at times the library is very full, and in the use of their space, and it's hard to get that building. Sometimes that may be an option that we have. But once again, it's going to take somebody to monitor that. And it's not like the library has as a staff member to take care of that. Who's going to do that, even if we do that in the evening or an afternoon activity there? So there's a lot of these things that I need answers on before I will even consider it. And the last thing is that I certainly hope that we engage the public on this as well. So I think that they should be notified that we are considering this. We ought to have time for public input. We even should have in Jamie's philosophy of open communication, of opportunity, maybe they have a public meeting so that they can throw their 2 cents in as well. But I'm not completely closed on this. I know that other building, I didn't mention that, but the other building that's there, the use of it is kind of limited now without stairs up to the second floor of that, the outbuilding there. It could be used for DPW if that's decided to be that way, to store some things, and we certainly need it since we lost some stuff up there at Avalon when we made that decision to take care of those two, eliminate those 2 other storage places there. So there's some potential there. I'm going to be open-minded to it, but I'm like Zach. I think that we ought to tie it into the total needs for this city. And this should not, because this came up, this should not be a priority over the fire hall. And we can put them both on the same ballot and let the city residents decide to make that decision on both of those issues. And so I would ask for a 6-month period of time for due diligence rather than 3 months. I think I'm done for right now.
Julie, would you like to say anything?
Yes, I would. Thank you. But being a person of few words, I'm just going to say that I am definitely in favor of exploring this more and pursuing it. And I do want to address the elevator issue. We definitely would have to put an elevator in. We are an entity that serves the public, and we have to have an elevator for the public. So, but I'm definitely in favor of exploring it more. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, does anybody else want to say anything more in open session? You know, there's a lot of topics there, and again, I don't think that we need to fool ourselves into trying to solve them all today. I think that our goal should be to want to take the next step, which would be to make some type of offer on the property conditioned upon, you know, a due diligence period. And the purpose of putting the sample purchase agreement in the packet was so that you could get a feel for what that looks like. I believe our city attorney, Scott Manzel, is still with us. Is he down here somewhere? Yep, he's still there. So if someone would make a motion to go into closed session or to move the closed session up on the agenda so that we can go into the closed session, I think that would be the appropriate thing. I think, Justin, you can list everybody that you want in there in addition to council. But we would need to essentially read the statement at the bottom there, which should have been above adjournment, by the way.
Yeah, that's my fault. Sorry about that.
I didn't catch that, or I would have changed that, but move item P up. I think it's appropriate to do that. And then we can talk about some things in closed session. We would then come back out of closed session right in front of item L7, which, you know, we wouldn't be doing if we didn't make an offer. So it's sort of logical to take the closed session first, I think. Zach, you had your hand up?
Yeah,
Really?
I prefer to keep the closed session, before adjournment, for members of the public so that they can continue to participate instead of having to refresh and figure out when we are coming back.
Yeah, no, we would come back out and then have council comments and non-arranged and everything before adjournment.
Well, and I think we ought to do those things before we go into closed session, so people who are curious and want to stay can do that instead of having to figure out, are they going to wait 5 minutes or 20 minutes or an hour and a half?
Oh, I see what you're saying. You want to give them the benefit of speaking ahead of time. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can make that choice if you want.
I prefer that too. I think we ought to go ahead and finish our agenda and then go through our council comments, not arranged. And then the adjournment and then the closed session in that order as published on the.
Okay, well, then let me just make sure that the public is aware of one other fact. We don't make decisions in closed session. We can discuss things in closed session, but we will have to come back out before we adjourn. And if there's any direction that we have to give to staff or the attorney or whatever it would be, those motions come outside of the closed session.
Correct.
Or clear. And I'm only clarifying that because back at the beginning of the agenda, almost 4 hours ago, Cole asked a question about, you know, how does that work if we are going to the closed session? So. Okay, so am I hearing then there's no sense in doing item L7 though, right? I mean, that doesn't make sense until after.
There is.
You're presupposing that, all right, so you're supposing we're gonna, okay.
I think it's part of a due diligence to find out what his numbers are.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. I would, yeah, you would only do that though if you were sure there were gonna be enough people that were gonna vote to put a purchase offer on, which we haven't done yet.
Correct.
So that's why I'm saying that the closed session action to the decision to have a purchase agreement needs to be made before we should hire partners in architecture.
Well,
In my opinion, if you're trusting that, we can do it. It seems out of order is all I'm getting.
Well, if it turns out it costs $1 million to put in an elevator and put in sprinklers, that would affect whether or not we want to put a purchase order in. So if we do the
No,
regular.
but Zach, you're missing my point. I agree. I agree. I'm going to support the proposal from Partners in Architecture. But in order to get the property under our control for 90 days or whatever number it is, we're going to need to agree tonight to put a purchase agreement together. And that purchase agreement will then be offered to them for a period of 90 days, of which I'm sure they'll give us.
How long has it been on the market?
Then that would create the time for David to do his evaluation, for us to ask all these energy questions, for us to get the maintenance costs or whatever. But the purchase agreement is what creates the time. Does that make sense to everybody?
Well, I'm not sure yet, Sean, on that. If we voted in the session to purchase it, then David's motion would go into effect, correct?
If we go into closed session and discuss that we want to make a purchase offer.
Correct.
Conditioned on 90 days and whatever other conditions we want to put on it.
Gotcha.
We would come out of the closed session and we would instruct our city manager and city attorney to prepare the purchase agreement and submit it on behalf of the city, consistent with the terms that we discussed in closed session. That keeps the purchase price of the offer, out of the public, which we have the right to do. Now, in this case, there's no hidden. A lot of times when you go into closed session, nobody knows which property you're talking about. In this case, we're 100% transparent about which one we're talking about. Okay, but assuming we come out of closed session with the direction to enter into a purchase agreement, it would then be logical to hire partners in architecture. Now, you can hire partners in architecture without the purchase offer. You just run the risk of somebody else being able to put in a purchase offer to secure the property that you're trying to pursue.
How long has it been on the market right now?
Justin, do you know the answer to that?
I want to say it's been just a couple months.
Right.
Not very long. Not very long. And we know that at least 4 people have looked at it.
Okay.
Jamie?
Right.
Yeah, thanks. Couldn't we make it so that we can, to keep things, if people want to, move on to 7, what is this, L7? That it's, conditional on, say everybody likes what is happening in L7. And they say, yeah, we want to do that, and conditional on, whatever majority vote to enter into a purchase agreement. Could we do it that way where
Yep.
we make a decision on 7?
You can if you want to do that, you can.
Yeah. So I would be in favor of that if that keeps things moving and the public involved, but us all still making sense consistently.
Julie?
Yes, I'm definitely in favor of pursuing number 7. And if we decide to make an offer, absolutely. Let me rephrase that. I'm in favor of making an offer so we can pursue number 7.
Okay, thank you. So it's just a matter of what order do you want to take it, I guess.
Right.
My thought is that the citizens might want to be able to comment after they hear what we do in closed session, but if you're thinking that they all want to go to sleep, I can certainly understand that.
Well, it's only 10 o'clock. We're 8 minutes till, so.
Okay, well, I don't have the benefit of being able to make a motion. My suggestion is that we go into closed session and talk about it. I think after all the talk we've made, I don't think it'll take that long to be in there.
I'll make that motion. Night.
Okay, so you're moving that we move the closed session up on the agenda to go into closed session for the purchase, to discuss the potential purchase of property in accordance with MCL 15.6 or 268, section 8.
Yes.
Okay, so motion by Knight, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is that Wah?
Yep.
Thank you, Wah. Okay, Justin, after Ms. Jones calls the vote to go in, explain to everybody who's still listening what's going to happen. You're going to put them in a separate room?
I'm going to put them into the waiting room. Yep.
Into a virtual waiting room, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And then when the closed session is over, I'll pull them all back in.
Right, and then we will be essentially in front of item L7 at that time.
Correct.
Okay, everybody understand where we're going? Ms. Jones, please call the vote to go into closed session at 9:54.
Yes. Knight,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Michelle,
No.
Griffin,
No.
Cousins,
No.
Keo.
Yes. So what's that,
We
3
have a
to 3?
tie
Didn't
vote.
pass?
3-3. Motion
Okay.
doesn't pass.
All right, so we're not going into closed session. So help me, where does somebody want to go now?
I guess the next item is item 7. Maybe it makes a motion. If they don't make a
Okay.
motion, then we go to council
All
comment.
right, all right, we're on item L7 then.
I move to approve the proposal from Partners and Architect for valuation and conceptual design of 3515 Broad Street for city offices in an amount not to exceed $77,800 as included starting page 192 of the packet.
Okay, motion by Michelle's,
I'll second. Night.
second by Knight, thank you. Any discussion? Becky made the motion, any discussion?
Yep, a couple of people have said this, that I don't want this building if we don't have an elevator to get folks to the upper level of the 100 unit. I know our staff can walk it up and down the stairs, but we're open to all of the public. And imagine if there's a school tour of the offices and the one kid in the wheelchair can't go up there. That is not good. I don't want to support that. So it ought to have to include an elevator somewhere for that section of the building. Some other things for potential consideration is that the 200 room for council chambers will probably need more attention on how folks get into it from the outside. Either they're walking straight through the offices or they've got a long walk on that deck area. So we may have to, and I didn't see it in here specifically, consider how folks get up and into that. One other thing I'll throw out there, but this would only be if there is extra money available, is potential for how could the outbuilding, the first floor of the outbuilding, be reused for council chambers. And I say that because the space is about right. It would need definitely a bunch of work, but it would allow for separation of that function from the rest of the office functions, so we wouldn't have to worry about folks wandering around. And with that, I'll be quiet.
Wah?
I guess I just want to say I don't really understand why we're talking about the elevator. Like somebody said we didn't want an elevator. I don't think any of us has implied or said that during this entire discussion, and I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to say the same thing. I mean, I think the whole idea of this would be of this whole item is to figure out what it would take to add one and what the options would be for adding it. I don't think anybody suggested we shouldn't have one.
No, I mean, I think we all sort of, that was our, like, when we were all together talking about this, that's the first thing all of us said was, we have to put in an elevator.
Yeah, good point. Okay, any other questions? I'm not seeing any other hands. Ms. Jones, please call the vote to approve the proposal from Partners in Architecture.
Okay. Griffin,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Cousins,
Yes.
Keo.
Yes. Okay, we have concluded our new business. We're down to item M, council comments this evening, starting with Mr. Cousins.
Well, I want to let you know that a tragedy has happened in our family. I've talked to Sean about it, and I will let you know too that the time that I may be able to give you for some of these workshops and things like that may be limited. Saturday night, my wife had a major issue, and she's hospitalized now, and it's life-threatening, and we are dealing with that as a family right now. My son from Minnesota is flying down tonight, and so we're there. It's a surprise, and it was a shock. I want to give a lot of props to the fire department of being here immediately. We called 911, and then also for the other groups at ambulance services that took her to the hospital. And I don't need sympathy, I need your prayers. And so keep me in thought when you do that, okay? If you're so inclined, if not, just wave a hand up to the sky and say, help Pat. I didn't think it was inappropriate to say it here. We're kind of family. We have to make decisions together, and we have to make decisions for this. We've always had an issue of sympathy, whether somebody dies, whether it's a staff father or a mother or what. And I think we will continue to do that in this council. I don't see anybody that wouldn't be willing to consider those types of things. So just keep us in your mind for the next months. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. It's been a hard 4 hours staring at you, knowing what you told me this morning. Zach, you ready to go next?
Yep, I just want to let folks know that I was late today. When I took employment, I told them that I had to be available starting at 7, which is what our rules say, but had an event that I had to attend today that ran into that. I did let Manager Breyer and Mayor Keogh know about that. On a lighter side, my wife's cousin visited from Russia 1.5 years, 2 years ago. And as we were driving through the streets of Ann Arbor, he actually commented that they were worse than Grozny after the war with Russia. So there you go.
Okay, Julie?
Yes, thank you. Yes, Paul, I will definitely remember Pat in my prayers and thoughts, and we hope for the best for the whole family. So
thank you.
And secondly, I just want to say, we've got to find a way to make these meetings somewhat shorter. I have a hard time making it through the evening. Thanks.
Thanks, Julie. Jamie?
I don't have anything tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Wah?
I'm all set, thanks.
Bella?
Sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm muted. Sorry, I accidentally muted myself again. Yeah, I don't really have anything to say. I'm really sorry that happened to your wife, Mr. Cousins. I know that's like a really stressful situation. I hope she gets better.
Thank you, Bella.
Well said. Alex?
I have no comments, but Mr. Cousins, I will keep you and your wife and your family in my thoughts and prayers.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Thanks, Alex. Okay, I think I covered everybody. We are down to non-arranged participation. Is there anyone on the Zoom meeting or watching here, or listening, that would like to speak this evening? I'm not seeing any hands. Are you, Justin?
So far. Oh, Marie's waving her hand.
Oh,
And
I got
Abby.
Abby, okay. We'll start with Abby and then we'll go to Marie.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I just wanted to, it sounds like we're looking at a lot of opportunities for the, building needs of our community. And, I just wanted to remind the old in duration, not necessarily in age, council members and the ones that may not have been around the last time I spoke about the needs of the performing arts in Dexter, of, kind of where we currently sit. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Abby Briggs. I'm the president of Dexter Community Players and a current member of the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Committee. The performing arts in Dexter are without a place to perform right now. For years and years and years, all of our community performing arts organizations have utilized school space. With the sale of Copeland, that to Encore, private organization, that leaves one space within the city of Dexter, which is the Center for the Performing Arts, which is at the high school. The sale of Copeland also has put additional pressure on the use of that space, leaving essentially the school summer break as the only time available on the calendar for the use of any non-Dexter Community School organization to utilize that space. So, we have 4 main community performing arts organizations, Dexter Community Orchestra, Dexter Community Band, Dexter Community Players, and the newly formed Dexter Community Choir are essentially without a place to perform 9 months out of the year. So, the 2020 seasons for these organizations were pretty much canceled due to COVID. But now going forward, looking at a resumption of life post-COVID, that need has not gone away. So I think I did speak to the session, I don't know, pre-COVID. I don't know when that was. It was probably in 2019 at some point in time. But I just wanted to kind of, as I'm seeing on the city council agendas, talking about space, talking about the needs of the city, that those needs are still in existence. So I hear words like too much space and utilizing it with community organizations. We are here. We would love to, see what there is and work with the city council to hopefully meet the needs of the whole community, and the arts that make our community such a wonderful place to be. So that's all I had to say. And Paul, I'm praying for you, bud.
Thanks, Abby. Abby, can you just give us a quick address?
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. I was, I muted and then unmuted. An address for DCP?
Your address, please. Yep.
Oh, yes. 9077 Sundance Trail.
Thank you. Thank you for making the comments, Abby.
Thanks.
Marie, I think you were waving your hand also.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Paul that he and Pat and his family are my thoughts.
Thanks, Marie. Justin, do you see any other hands up?
I do not.
Okay, then I would like to ask that we somebody make a motion to move the closed session ahead of adjournment so we can potentially go into it if we want to.
So moved.
Moved by Zach.
Yep.
Thank
I'll
you.
second. Right.
Second by Knight. Thank you both.
With all the staff members being present in closed session.
Okay.
As listed on here.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Ms. Jones, please call the vote to go into closed session at 10:08.
Okay. Michelle,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Cousins,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Keo.
Yes. Okay, we are in closed session. I'll give Justin a second to put, or open the waiting room or put certain people in the waiting room.